Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Camp Hustle One here, back with another live stream. How you guys doing, man? Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, let's not waste any time. Let's jump right into it. Hello, guys. So we're back with another one, another live stream, and you know what? Tonight we're talking about Myron Gaines and Fresh as well from the Fresh and Fit podcast, talking about how you should not live with your woman. You should live with your boys and focus on your grind, because a woman will take you off your focus. And yeah, I mean, you can, even if you have a family, even if you have kids with this woman, it's still better to put her up in a house separate from yourself, and you can provide and protect from a distance. Coke Benny, what's up, buddy? What's up, camp? Good to see you, man. Welcome to the stream. So the first video, I actually got everything queued up today, and I got the chat working. I mean, dude, we're firing at all cylinders, man. This is good. Hey, Sonic Mindscape's in the house. What's up, campster? Good to see you, man. For those of you who haven't seen Sonic's new video, I just checked it out before getting off of work, actually, and it's a pretty good video. To sum it up very succinctly, a girl that worked at Whataburger stole a customer, I guess in the drive-thru, maybe stole their credit card information to pay off their court fees, and I guess the court fees amounted up to about $400. So instead of, I guess, paying it for herself, whatever, she stole the person's identity using the card. I guess it got back, you know, as a fraud. And for her to not get arrested, she fled. She couldn't flee. She couldn't flee the country, unfortunately, because, you know, but she did get out of state. And yeah, it's just like one bad thing after another. And I was just like, dude, that's that's kind of a wild story, man. I thought it was great watch though. So for those of you who have not seen that video, let me pull it up right now, just because it was pretty entertaining. Plus, I like you guys to go and show your support to Mr. Sonic Mindscape. He was the one that suggested that Kevin Samuels video, and which it was a pretty successful video. So I definitely need to thank Sonic for that. But this is it. I think she might be the dumbest criminal ever. So yeah, it was a pretty good watch. You guys definitely go check it out. So yeah, tonight's video actually comes from Mr. Hank Russell from the Hank Russell Invitation. He's the one that suggested this one to me, and we're gonna go ahead and watch it. So the first video we're gonna start in is with Abba and Preach. They covered this, and it says why you shouldn't live with your woman but with your boys instead. Fresh and Fit. Cook Minnie says Whataburger is nasty. In-N-Out is way better. Oh, I agree. Cook Minnie says sup Sonic, I was playing your games earlier today. Okay, so Cook Minnie, what do you think about Sonic Burger? Is Sonic where is that in the ranking of burger places? Because I haven't eaten at Sonic in years. Sonic's Mindscape said, sup Benny, hope you've been well, brother. Yeah, I will agree with you. In-N-Out is better. Every time I go out to Vegas, that's like number one first spot to go, and just, you know, it's a ritual, got to go there. But no, I like Carl's Jr. too. Carl's Jr. isn't too bad either. But yeah, that's that'll probably be my my top three. I like Sonic burgers, not too bad either. So, but all right, let's go ahead and jump right into this first video. Why you shouldn't live with your woman. Anybody who is single in here, this message is for you. I'm thinking married men, it could go either way in terms of what Fresh and Fit think. I think they say if you have kids, they have said, which I have clips, they have said that even if you do have a wife and kids, you should still put her up in a house and then have a place for yourself, which, you know, it just seems very unnecessary. But let's go ahead and jump into it.
Speaking of boys being boys, I got something for you. What happened? You bring the back.
Again! So moving on smartly, we got like 5 topics to cover today regarding why you should never live with your girlfriend.
Now, if you're wondering, you can read what the title says.
The 5 reasons why you shouldn't live with your girlfriend. That's true. They might be onto something.
Now, you could be the biggest, most, I guess, tallest, most masculine alpha out there. We got even our friends at Tates that live in Romania.
I know we call our friends. You mean the people that look for them? Yeah, yeah. They're OnlyFans models. Yeah.
But time passes, no matter who you are, things get softer. You tend to like say, you know what? You want to stay in, watch a movie, you get some ice cream with her, you take her out. Oh, babe, can we cuddle? And before you know it, time passes along and you're like, damn, I didn't go to the gym today. I didn't work on my business. You put it off tomorrow or next week. Just chill with your girl. And you may say, well, Fresh, I'm strong, bro. I got...
Okay, I gotta stop Fresh because this is really rich coming from him. Before I get into it, Coke Benny says, I like Sonic Burger. It's pretty good. Okay, it's good. Something we can agree on. But so, as far as Fresh being able to speak on this in any capacity, we have to look at his past relationships, which have all been either with sugar babies, escorts, P-stars. I think the only woman that wasn't in the industry was the first woman that he got with, I guess, outside of Barbados, which was the woman that had children already. I believe he married her, and then I think he left her shortly after that. But I believe, yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what experience does he have to really speak on this in terms of like a long-term relationship or even like a starting relationship, to have a relationship with a girl or have a girlfriend and then not have her live with you. I want to like, what credentials does he have to speak on this? Not going to the gym. He was with a woman who was a fitness instructor, or actually not a fitness instructor, but she worked in fitness. She was the escort, whatever. But yeah, she had like she did fitness on the side. She even had it in her name, Daisy Fit Chen, and she couldn't even get Walter to go to the gym. So I think a woman being absent of the whole situation, I don't think that means anything. I think it all depends on the person, as far as, your goals and everything like that. Everybody has goals as a man. And whether we pursue those or not, I don't think having a woman there is an inhibitor from that. I think you can still reach your goals having a woman in your corner to support you and, cater to you while you're on that grind and stuff. I don't think the grind stops if you have a woman there. So, but let's see what more he has to say.
Willpower. I could go past that shit. Well, you can for a little bit, but not forever. And it happens to everybody. No one's really safe because at some point in time, you're going to bend the knee. No pun intended. Bend the knee to her will or her way at some point.
Cavos, welcome to the stream, my friend. Subsonic, Benny, and Camp. Hope you guys are doing good. Hey, man. We're all funneling in here. I think, we're just really diving into the why you shouldn't live with your woman. And, I think this is just a preposterous notion, but I know a lot of young men are listening to these guys and really taking advice from this. And I mean, for one thing, for Myron to say that couples getting married and everything is like the backbone of society, like a flourishing society, and that marriage it's a good institution for that. I don't think that you can have any type of long-term relationship. I don't think the bonds can be strengthened if you're living separately. I think that's kind of what brings everything together, especially when you have children there. You don't want to be absent in their lives. You don't want to be absent for any type of milestones that they reach or any issues that, they have. Like say your woman is going through some type of issue and you're not there for her because you're out being with your boys, and it just seems like if you want to have that support system, you should be able to provide that support system as well. But I don't know if that's what these guys think that's a role for a man to be, I guess. Let's see. Oh, I also have, I took some notes as well. I mean, get those notes out. Because, yeah, this is, I made sure I was prepared for this one because I didn't want to have just my own views. I wanted to really, do some research on this and just see what other people have said. And there's a few other creators that do agree with this, and Rich Cooper being one of them. He had a whole video on not living with women or not living with your woman. And it was very hard to get through and watch. Rich Cooper's kind of boring to me, but he agreed as well with basically the full point. So Sonic says, Cavos, what's up, bro? Hustlers unite. Hustlers unite, guys. Yeah, glad everybody's, well, we're still waiting on a few more, but yeah, glad you guys were able to make it. So let's see what more Fresh has to say here.
Point. Now,
What do you mean by bending me? Splitting 50-50 on a $30,000 bracelet? Is that what you mean?
mm-hmm.
Oh man, yeah, that's another thing. That's a good point, actually. Fresh going 50-50, splitting things down the middle in terms of that Van Cleef bracelet, man, that's going to haunt him, because shortly after he did that, he had regrets. He realized that he wasn't the man for the relationship, and he shortly found his exit strategy. I guess once the money got too much, got too real for him, he realized that, yeah, this isn't for me. And, but it's weird how you won't go 50-50 in a relationship with a woman in terms of it's never ever 50-50, but you won't split the bills or allocate certain bills to your woman while you handle the majority bills, but you have no issue living with a bunch of dudes splitting bills down the middle. It's kind of weird, how one aspect is fine and the other aspect is just yeah, we're not doing that. It's a weird contradiction.
Mm-hmm. I'm asking. I don't know. What does he mean by bending the knee?
I would know, because I don't bend. Bitch, I fold. Hey. I don't be doing no bending over here.
No.
Now, I think what Fresh is very hard at making jokes. It's tough for him to make jokes, but when he said bend the knee, I think he meant, in terms of marriage, bending the knee to get down on one knee, whatever, but also bend the knee as in surrendering to your woman. That could be another meaning out of it. But also I don't know if, Fresh, he doesn't really know about being in a committed relationship, because I don't think he could stand to commit to any relationship. He says he wants to settle down, but he continues to sleep around and do all that stuff with the escorts and all that, everything. And then Myron, on the other hand, he's finally said, in I think one of the more recent videos that I saw, that he's still gunning for 4 wives. That's still on his agenda to do. But what's he gonna do with Angie? Is Angie in the running to even be married by Myron? We I don't know. That's a tough situation. Some people are of the belief that maybe she's just a beard. She's just a placeholder for the time being. She's actually his first ever serious relationship. He's actually admitted that. He's gone on camera and admitted that Angie is his first serious relationship. So I don't know. We got to see how that turns out. It's got to run its course. But nobody's asking the question about Angie. So does Angie live with Myron? And she just lives rent free, and he just gives her a credit card, and she can just spend whatever she wants. That's kind of a very important question that you guys should all be thinking about. That if Myron is telling young men to not live with their girl, but then he's turning around and he has Angie living with him, isn't that kind of a contradiction as well? I think so.
That shit gay. Boys being boys. Bending for your girl, that's gay. Oh, that's gay. Bending your girl over, that's gay too. Y'all should be straight upright at all times. That's right. Or flat on top of each other. That's the only sex positions I know. Doggy style, that shit is gay. And it's animal cruelty. Stop that shit. Now, we with the boys and y'all want to bend over and shit, that's cool. That's that masculine energy. Masculine energy is like water. It's adaptable. You know what I mean? Shit fluid. It's leaky. Yeah.
You don't let your girl sleep over with your boys all the time.
That's right. That shit wet, bro. Keep it that way.
You're not becoming a casualty of circumstances living together, which means you become
casualty of circumstances living together. So I guess over time, you get withered and withered away. Anybody that has prospects of getting married and living with their woman, over time you're going to get whittled down, and every little thing that you've ever loved in life is just going to be slowly taken away. I guess that begins with friends and hobbies and interests and stuff. You just slowly get You become a casualty of circumstance.
I want to say the word cuck, but like you become kind of complacent because under her.
Wait, what? You become a what? He didn't want to say the cuck, but who are you becoming a cuck? Does he even understand what a cuck is? Like how? And Fresh, he never makes sense. But Sonic, can you interpret for me what Fresh is talking about? Let me rewind it a little bit because I need an interpreter. I'm glad Fresh's interpreter is here in the chat. So Sonic, I'm going to need you to clock in.
Keep it that way.
You're not becoming a casualty of circumstances living together, which means you become I want to say the word cuck, but like you become kind of complacent because under her like spells.
Motherfucker, I'm under your spell right now.
Sonic, you're up, man. I need you to interpret what he just said. You come under her. The longer you live under a woman, you become under her spells. I guess she starts controlling your life. I'm guessing that's what he's thinking, but it doesn't have to be that way. I guess as long as you have your goals, you have your things in place, you have your boundaries, you never have to really truly worry about that happening. But yeah, Cavos, I'm right with you, man. I can never understand Fresh. It's so true, man. I can't either. But hey, we got Fresh's interpreter here. He had one of his people, Sonic Mindscapes, in the chat, so he'll be able to give us a little bit more insight into what Fresh meant. But until then, let's keep moving on.
Because you got me believing you speak in English, and I'm having a hard time understanding. That being said, let's keep going.
Coconuts in Barbados.
Yeah. You live with a woman, bro, you become almost like
They got the clip of him saying coconuts in Barbados. That's perfect.
like in this weird way under her like spells. I know it sounds crazy, but like I can't put it into words, but it's more like you
If you can't put it into words, then you should not be speaking, Fresh.
become like lazy in a way. Which I think is why you should live with your brothers or live with someone that's like a man, because
Oh, hell no. Nah, that shit caught me off guard.
Okay, so I guess if you live with your woman, you're gonna get lazy. But if you live with your boys, you're gonna not be lazy. They're gonna motivate you, I guess, to go to the gym. I don't know. All right, so Sonic has he's finally answered to us. He says, honestly, I have no idea what Fresh is talking about. He always has this way of very vague of spelling out ideas. Yeah, okay. Well, if you can't decipher it, then I'm not even gonna try, because that was tough for me to listen to. But let's keep going. I think we might get a little bit more clarity as we go forward.
I was kidding. I was kidding.
When I said that joke, it was a joke. I was not serious. Yo, voice being voice come to light. Wait, bro, boy. Hey, yo, Prince, I'm so sick of you leaving here to go do gay shit with your wife, nigga. That shit whack.
Why don't you just stay here?
Yeah. Why don't you stay here all day? We should make videos, have fun. I got an extra bed, you know what I'm saying? If it get cold that night and the heat goes out, I got you, bro.
But what you need a girl for? Why you live with your girl? That's gay, bro.
Y'all gonna do have sex? Some homosexuals over there.
Homosexuals, that's a good one.
Yeah, your girl gonna play house? Love each other and shit? Huh? What do you think God was talking about when he said Sodom and Gomorrah? Uh-huh. Sodom is a man, Gomorrah is a woman.
No, that's the word. But yeah, I see.
Gay. Don't try to correct God. That's gay too.
That was 2 cities.
Huh?
Oh man, he's killing me right here, man. That's good.
So we're not people.
Hey, look at this with nerd facts and shit. See? Your girl got you staying at home
Studying history and shit with your gay ass.
Yeah, that's gay. That's gay.
That's just 2 cities.
What is that? Buns? Gay? See, your girl got you wearing fur and shit? Yeah, you like it when it's fluffy? Yeah, like your pillows? When you bite into that shit?
Yeah, but
Gay? Huh?
fluffy pillows in the shirt.
Fluffy pillows?
That's the shit.
Bro, I sleep on rocks. Yeah, you live.
You like something?
Yeah, with comfort, bro. Life is all about being uncomfortable, grinded 24/7.
That's right, guys. You got to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. I believe Myron and Andrew Tate have said that.
Even in my sleep, my body's adapted.
Raw, yeah.
Yeah, I stay rock hard.
Hard on your head.
Yeah, me and the homies in bed, on rocks.
Rock hard. Yeah.
Did he have to say all that? Oh man, that's tough. That's the thing. Okay, so women will make you soft, but your boys will keep you hard. So that's what I'm taking from this.
Hey.
Yeah, what you out here living with your girlfriend? Yeah, upon these you day ass niggas live with your girls and shit, bro. But I'm gonna do have her suck your dick. That's gay. That's gay. Why? Because you like someone that likes men touch you. That's crazy. Yeah, and what do men and women have in common? Mouths. So basically, when she's sucking you off, it could be just like the dude sucking you, bro. That's
What is he talking about? Oh man, this is good.
gay. That's gay.
That's crazy. No.
If you have a partner with you, it's gonna be a distraction. You know, it's a distraction when you're poor or middle class and you gotta come home and you have no one to help you with a lot of this stuff at home.
Facts. Okay, so that's what I was thinking about. Now, if you're living away from your girl and you have your own place, your girl has your own place, typically a woman is there to kind of maintain your house, okay? That's like doing the laundry, keeping the house clean, it's like just everyday menial tasks. Like you keep your job is basically to keep the lights on, keep the water running, pay all the majority of bills, give her a place to nest. Okay. And the woman will take care of the rest. Woman will, make sure that your meals are cooked. She'll make sure that, the house is clean and stuff. You can do your part. You can be the one to take out the trash. You can be the one to mow the lawn, stuff like that. You can be the one to fix stuff around the house. But like, if you don't have that, if your woman is at her own place, yeah, her place is always going to be clean, but your place is going to be however clean you want it to be. So I don't know. You're kind of giving up that aspect of having a lady around so you can, I guess, focus on your grind. But yeah, you're also going to have to do laundry. You're going to also have to keep the house clean and stuff. So yeah, that's a very important point that they're making right now.
You got all the bills piling up and you got to take care of all the housework and you want to meet your goals of having a family. It's like, it's impossible, bro.
No.
It's impossible.
You got your boys.
You have your boys? I'm just saying, bro. I don't agree with this at all. And if you live as your partner and all they do is make your life harder, then you have the wrong partner. You have a long.
Yeah, it's all about choosing the right woman. And I think if you just go for any woman that's hot and you don't take the time to vet them, and see what they're all about, see if your goals line up and everything. Yeah, you're going to be in a world of hurt if you just have her move in and then, you don't really know anything about her. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. It's like a lot of these guys here, they're going off of like, well, at least Fresh and Fit, they're going to have their girls funnel to them through the podcast. And that's how they get into their little relationships or whatever you want to call them, their little, what do they call interactions and stuff after the show. They go get a couple of drinks afterward, maybe get something to eat, and then they end up hooking up because the girls have been, drinking for 3-4 hours. And, yeah, maybe it lasts for a couple days and then, they're on to the next one. So, Sonic says, imagine being Fresh's therapist, having to listen to him explain any idea. He gets diagnosed with inflammatory vowel disease because all of his vowels sound like consonants. Dude, that's pretty funny, man. Inflammatory vowel disease. I see what you did there, man. That was clever.
Last day you come back home and you're like, oh my God.
My boys.
That would be IV. Well, because I was thinking inflammatory bowel, but IBS. But yeah, maybe a syndrome instead of disease. So IVS would be the abbreviation.
With the
Facts.
And now he's gonna give me a rub down.
Personally, me, when I got a girl and I come home, I'm like, pick it up, bitch. Pick it up. No? Then move out so Brandon could move in, whore. Because Brandon know how to pick up my shit, nigga.
Okay, so I can actually speak from an experience. I've lived with 2 roommates that were guys, and I can honestly say, we kind of kept to ourselves. Any messes that we made in the common areas in terms of like the living room or the kitchen or whatever, we cleaned up after ourselves. We didn't eat each other's food. We did have to like kind of mark our stuff, But it was kind of unnecessary because we didn't eat each other's food. We rarely saw each other because we all worked separate schedules and stuff. And, you know, if we did have lady friends over, you know, we would meet, you know, we would introduce them and stuff like that. And then, yeah, I mean, but there was no like, I don't know, man. I mean, it's like a high school, college kind of frat dormitory kind of life, you know. Eventually, you want to have your own place. Right now, you know, I think every guy kind of goes through the whole, you know, roommates phase so that you can save money, you know, because you get a lot more stuff, you know, you need a place that can hold all your stuff. And the only way to do that sometimes when you're a young man is to get a couple of your guys, you know, and hopefully, you know, you can get like a duplex or something like that, enough to hold up all your stuff. And then eventually, you know, you save enough money or you meet somebody and then you go off and you have your relationship and you go get a house or apartment or whatever, you know. But it's like, I think it's a good rite of passage. Everybody should go through that. That's not something you should like stay in as an adult. I think it's just kind of like a stepping stone to an actual living situation that you would have. And hopefully you would be in a relationship, but if not, you know, you could be, you know, single and hopefully you can afford your place and you know, that's the thing. It's like, I think people that are on their grind that have no desire to be in a relationship, I think the advice of like would work for them, you know, to just live with your boys. But I think eventually, I think every man wants a legacy. Every man wants to maybe have his name carried on. You can't have that happen if you don't eventually get with somebody, you know, and start building something. You know, I hopefully you can invent something and have your name attached to it so that can outlive you if you don't decide to have kids.
You gonna give me a rub down?
Yeah.
Big strong hand.
Yeah, why I need your BTS? I just got manicured here trying to rub my back. I need somebody to get deep in that fucking tissue, get right up in those fibers and dig in my ass, you know, just the way I need it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And you think that shit gay? But men come from the prostate. I'm trying to defend that shit.
But you think it's why you should live with your brothers or live with someone that's like a man, because you're that competitive spirit.
So wait, hold on. What if you don't have brothers? There's a lot of people out there that are only children, or maybe they only have sisters. So what do you do then? Do you work with coworkers, schoolmates, or neighborhood friends? It's like, I don't know. I would think the same amount of work that goes into vetting a girl, you'd also have to vet a roommate as well. So, you know, if you don't know them personally from like day to day, you know, maybe you see them, you know, I don't know, you see them at work or you see them at school or something like that. I would think you'd need like kind of a day to day, I don't even want to say relationship, just day to day knowing of that person in order to trust them. And, you know, I don't know, man. But, you know, it's like, what happens when those people get into relationships and then they want to go get their own places? Like, then, you know, you gotta start all over. So it just seems like a lot of work, man, to be this bachelor, you know? It's like you have to really kind of give up the whole idea that I don't want to start a family. I don't want to, you know, have a legacy. I don't want to be in a relationship, you know, like I just want to focus on my grind and make as much money as possible. But I mean, what's that going to get you at the end of the day? You know, it's like you can't pass it on to anybody. You know, you're basically, I actually said this to one of my coworkers earlier today, is like, you know, all the stuff that we strive for in life, in terms of like, you know, houses and cars and shiny little objects, you know, that we want to obtain. Eventually those items are either, you know, given to somebody else, you know, like whatever car that we strive for, it always ends up in somebody else's hands. You know, they end up driving it, or any house that we ever strive to build, even if it's building it from the ground up, or if we finally can attain that mansion or whatever, you know, we're not going to be living in that house forever. Someone's going to end up living in your house, the one that you strive so hard in this life to get. And so what's it all for, man? You know, it's like you want to have people around you. You know, you want to have a family, you want to have a legacy to continue on your name and enjoy the fruits of your labor. But you can't have that if you don't build anything. You know, if you just live separate from your woman, then you're kind of cutting yourself off from that future.
Back and forth, or just live by yourself.
Y'all are in your 30s to 40s. Don't y'all got families and kids to take care of?
No.
Fuck y'all live with your homies for? This is what I mean. I feel like the red pill is for adolescents who don't grow up. Y'all make money.
Dude, facts. It's so facts, bro. Because I mean, you look at like any woman that doesn't get married at like 40 years old. She's reached 40. She has no kids, and she's just like she's doomed to a life of like living with like her girlfriends. You know, she's doing the whole roommate thing because she never got married, you know, but she can't afford to live on her own. So she shacks up with a couple of her friends or whatever, you know. I know that they have said that, I think even like Kevin Samuels was talking about this like on a long time ago on his show that, you know, there is an epidemic of women that are having to do this, especially in foreign countries, but also over here in America, that it's getting to a point now where there are so many single people that are that just want to be by themselves. You know, they given up on relationships altogether. So, you know, but it's not affordable to live by yourself. So, you know, they shack up with their friends, and that's like that's how they cope with it. And it's the same thing that's going on with what they're advocating here for men is that, look, you know, don't live with your girl. Don't, you know, if you do have like a wife or something like that, you can see them like two or three times a week, you know, but you know, don't be there all the time, because you want to be able to create that distance so that the relationship doesn't get boring. That's like another thing. They're like, look, whatever you do, don't be in a boring relationship, okay? Because that's what's gonna be the end of the relationship. And I don't think these guys are built for like long-term relationships, man. They're not. You know, they're all about, you know, being in there until the lust runs out. And once the lust runs out, they're out too.
Y'all pay taxes, but you guys are little boys at heart. Y'all done playing in the fucking treehouse.
Get down, Peter. Timothy, your curfew's up, bitch. It's dinner time.
What y'all doing? Talk about I'm living with my what? Y'all too old for this shit.
Yeah, it's some high school shit. This is like high school, maybe like first year of college shit right here. You know, like just shacking up because it's like it's the one way that we can. Well, Myron will say is that it's iron sharpening iron. But I think what you're doing, you're delaying the inevitable. You know, you're eventually going to be alone because, you know, whether you like it or not, the people that you shack up with, they may get into relationships, and then they may need to like leave you, and then you're all by yourself. So I don't know, man. I think, you know, how they like to criticize women, that women have like a small window of time to get their life in order. I think men need to get their lives in order too. You know, at least figure out what would make them happy, and you know, don't run from it, you know, but don't rush into it either.
Did y'all think men 50, 60, 100 years ago were out here living with their brothers? No, they were living with their wives and their kids.
I understand. Yes.
And this is why I say this.
Well, to be fair, there were a good percentage of men that were not reproducing, and I'm pretty sure those guys were shacked up. But the men that were lucky enough to reproduce, yeah, they were definitely protecting their wives, providing for their wives, and sure.
Whole movement is a sham. Is these motherfuckers? Because like this comes from Rollo Tomasi, which is supposedly the godfather of this whole thing. It's like he's a loser and a nerd too, but he's moving fast.
Oh, he's the godfather of this thing.
These guys always whine about
Godfather. I haven't heard that one.
family creation. How are you guys gonna whine about all those kids and all this stuff when y'all living with your boys? Y'all not even around to tuck your kids into bed. Y'all not around for your kids when they got homework, all this shit. Y'all living with your boys. And on top of that, y'all trying to father kids with multiple different women. Y'all not present in these kids' lives. And I don't want to hear no red pillers ever talk to me about the importance of family creation and man and women this. Y'all not for that lifestyle. Nothing about this movement is for that.
And then also you have peace as well. Peace of mind, no arguments, no headaches. Listen, I'm all for having a girlfriend or having a girl that you care about and you love, but she can live at her own crib, bro. Get her another crib if you need to, another apartment. Live at your apartment. You guys come together whenever you're ready. You travel, go out.
They will never follow that shit.
What?
That's what I'm trying to like understand. Like, okay, so I guess if you are part of a demonetized podcast that has a castle club of simps and losers that want to pay you guys every month to listen to your crap, yeah, you should be able to gather enough money to, I guess, $3,000 to be able to put a girl up in an apartment. I just think that's like a waste of money. You're spending more money to be apart from someone when you could just grow up and make it work, you know? But the fact is, like, there are ulterior motives to the reason why they want to be separate. You know, they can say that it's so that they can focus on their business, so they can focus on their fitness, and you can do all that when you're with somebody. We all know that. The main reason why they don't want to have a woman in their living situation is so they can sleep around. They can bring girls back to their place. It just makes sense. You know, it's so obvious, blatantly obvious, the reason why they want to have their own space. But what they don't understand is that that's not going to lead to a successful relationship. You know, no matter how they spin it, they'll say, yeah, you know, as long as the woman is wondering what you're doing, women need to have that turmoil or that roller coaster in order for them to stay excited in the relationship, which I'm just like, no, man, I don't think any woman that is worth anything is going to tolerate that. You know, maybe like a girl that only cares about your money. Sure. You know, she doesn't care about you. Sure. She probably just go ahead, sleep around, do whatever you want. And I think that's kind of like the whole situation with Angie, is that Angie does not care about Myron like that. You know, she likes the situation where, you know, she's getting paid for everything. And it's like, it's a good deal for her. You know, she's like, I don't have to sleep with him. You know, it's great. You know, and I get all this free stuff. I don't have to worry about, you know, working a job and stuff. But it's kind of it's going to eventually, I don't know. I think in a few years, I think once Angie gets a little bit older, you know, because I think she's like 27 or 28. I think when she reaches a certain point, Myron might trade her up for somebody a little bit younger, you know, and then, you know, it's going to be a whole conflict, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Kokobeti says VillaTube is probably eating up this advice. You know what? VillaTube probably is, man. He definitely likes to. He sees the benefits in the message that Fresh and Fit are putting out, and you know, it might work for him. You know, he might be avoiding being in a relationship or anything like that, and just focusing on money and stuff. Hey, maybe it works for him. But see, that's the thing. Like, if you just don't want to have a legacy, you know, if you want to just basically get all this money right now and just be able to have all the freedom and everything like that, like, that's what you're trading. You're trading a legacy for short-term pleasure, you know, and if that's fine for you, that's fine for you. But, I don't know if I speak for the majority here, but I think every man wants a legacy. Every man wants his name continued in some form or fashion, you know? And I think one of the best ways to do that is to have children, you know, and raise them right. Being able to, that's like the greatest reward, is being able to pass on the knowledge that you've gained and hopefully provide the tools for success to your children. And I mean, you're forfeiting all of that by, you know, not wanting to build with a woman. Kava says Myron is always preaching about how men should save their money. This advice seems contradictory. Oh, you know what? There's a lot of contradictions, actually. And I had another one contradiction that he said that I'm trying to think about it right now. He said something about what was it? It was a contradiction. It's actually, it's probably going to trigger my memory in one of these videos that I have queued up. But it's the thing about like not listening to a woman and not confiding in a woman, or I guess it was like not being in love with a woman, you know. But he says he can have love for a woman, but he can't be in love with a woman. There was a contradiction there, but I think once I see the video here, I'll be able to know what I'm talking about. But just put a pin in that. There are many contradictions that are going to be coming through on these videos that we're going to be coming through, and some things that, you know, maybe he probably changed his mind about, or maybe he doubled down on it, but we'll get to it.
What they're saying, all they've been saying, they don't even follow that stuff.
No.
The consistency's been the same. Well, I say some shit that I don't even follow. It's been like that. So what makes you think this is going to be any different?
Come on now, B. If they don't want this extra house because it helps them grind more, if this is all about
Well, that's the thing. Okay, so if you're grinding to make money and you make enough money to put your girl in another, you know, apartment and stuff, or condo, whatever you want to call it, you're having to grind harder to maintain that. Whereas you could just maintain your place and have her come over, you know. Maybe, I don't know, maybe she has a living situation already with maybe her parents or something like that. Until you marry her, you could take her out of her house and stuff. But I guess while you're dating, you know, yeah, she can go to her mom's house and stuff like that, because that's where she was living when you met her, hopefully. If not, maybe she has her own place, and then, you know, you could have that too. But I do think that over time, things are going to eventually progress, hopefully, through the more time that you spend together. I think it should make sense that eventually you are going to want to come together. A woman's not going to want to waste her time, because again, a woman has a lot less time frame to get her life in order than a man does. You know, a man, I think, can just play these immature games of just, you know, I want to just live with my boys. I just want to, you know, I just want to be on my grind and stuff. I don't want to focus on a relationship. I don't want to submit to a woman. I don't want to listen to a woman. And, yeah, it just, I think a man can do that indefinitely until he's completely alone, and, you know, everybody else has formed a relationship with somebody else, whatever, and eventually leaves him. It's not, I wouldn't think it's a good result. It's not something that I think anybody would want to have. Cook Benny says, I remember seeing a clip video of Myron holding Angie in a headlock and letting her call him Supreme Leader. I remember that video. I remember that. Yeah, he was going to give her a noogie. I remember that. And yeah, Supreme Leader. I don't know if that was the same episode that she knitted him the clan hood, but I do remember seeing a clip of, yeah, it was definitely on the Fed Reacts channel. And yeah, that was they have a very strange arrangement, man. I'll say that. Or at least whatever is released online, because, you know, Angie, she likes to do like these like relationship videos on, somehow, I don't know how they get leaked online or whatever, but or maybe it's from their Instagram, or maybe somebody follows her and stuff. And anyway, they do all this like boyfriend cutesy stuff where like they'll put the dog in the middle of them and they'll like run in separate directions to see where the dog goes. And it's like, okay, so this is a side that Myron definitely doesn't want people to see because he's being the dorky boyfriend here. But it just goes to show you that, you know, I do think that it's all a facade, even though Myron will say that he's the same person off camera that he is on camera. That may be true in some aspects, but this whole like don't live with your woman thing specifically, I think that's something that even he doesn't believe. I don't know why he is like pushing this so hard for young men to do. You know, it just seems like you're creating more of a separation between men and women. Cook May says the only physical fight Myron hold on. The only physical fight Myron can win is against Angie. Hey man. We seen him when he was I think he was in England actually, and the guy on the bike, I guess, was saying something to him, and he waited for the guy on the bike to ride off before Myron wanted to act tough and stuff and tell him to come back and he'll beat his ass and all this stuff. And then we also seen the stuff that happened with Allende. You know, there was you know, he had to pull the strap on that one. Yeah. So and then the fight that he was supposed to have with Abba and Preach never happened. You know, he ducked that. So yeah, it's unfortunate, man. He likes to talk a lot of trash. He likes to challenge a lot of people, but then he'll stay in his apartment and with all of his security and stuff like that and gun. And he knows nobody will come after him. So I think that's why he feels safe.
productivity and this and that. Okay, your girl's not around. Perfect. Why is it y'all spend so much time banging other women? Why is it that y'all spend so much time whoring around?
That's what I was going to talk about. So the fact is that, yeah, we basically want to shack up with our boys. That way we can focus on our grind and, you know, make money and stuff like that. But then you guys are having, you know, all these extra girls and stuff to, you know, I guess sleep around or whatever. It's like, where's the productivity? It's like, it just seems like you're giving yourself the ideal situation to just cheat on your girlfriend. You know, it's like, if you're going to do that, why don't you just, I don't know, why don't you just do it anyway? I don't understand why you got to like spend an extra $3,000-$4,000, whatever, just so she doesn't have to watch. Exo Charles, the real G, Camp Hustle. Glad to see you, man. Hello, everybody. Welcome, Exo Charles. I think you're the last hustler to join. Actually, no, we're still waiting on Gigi Allen. He's still somewhere out there in the world. We're waiting for him to clock in. But good to see you, Exo Charles. Good to see you, man. Hustlers unite.
What happened to productivity?
When you live with your girl, what's
See?
gonna end up
Ava said the same thing I said. What about productivity?
happening is you're gonna start to inevitably become lazy, softer. Convenience breeds familiarity. Familiarity breeds contempt when it comes to females. You know, girls want a guy that they can't rein in.
Okay, this triggered it. I finally got it. I finally got the contradiction. So, Myron says that convenience breeds contempt and all this stuff. Okay, so think about when Myron talks to the girls and on after hours, and he says that he likes to sleep with a lot of women or whatever, and you know, like it's better to be in a one-sided open relationship than to have your girl sleep with a bunch of guys. And usually typical response is that the girl's like, well, I'll sleep with a bunch of guys though. And then he'll ask them, he's like, well, do you want to sleep with a bunch of guys? And almost like 9 times out of 10 they'll say no, you know, like I want to just consolidate all on one guy. So if a woman wants to consolidate everything that she wants into one guy and not just sleep with a bunch of men, then what's the point of having like the I guess the worry that the relationship is going to get boring because all she sees is you? You know, like, I guess coming back and forth, you know, like working, coming home, and it just gets boring. It's like, I think a woman is kind of built for that. She's built to have that familiarity, to have that peace, to have that home, you know, that you come home to and everything like that. And I think it's like, I think a woman would want that. I don't think she would want to be out in the streets, you know, like just figuring out where her next meal is going to come from, where, you know, where her next relationship's going to come from. I think a woman would want to consolidate on one man. So it's a little bit of a contradiction there. He's like, yeah, you know, the woman's going to get bored. She's going to want to trade up for somebody else. And like, I don't think so. I think if you're a piece of shit to her, yeah, she will want to trade up for you. So yeah, I just think that's kind of, I just think it's a little bit of a contradiction. And I don't think that Myron has really gone back into the Rolodex of all of the stuff that he spews, that it all kind of comes up that, well, this kind of contradicts with this. You know, you can't say that, you know, women are going to eventually get bored of you if you're always available. I don't think so. I think if you're always sleeping around, I think a woman's not going to want to be with that long term. You know, there's going to be certain women, you know, of course, that probably don't care about you. I think if a woman doesn't care about you, she's not going to care if you sleep around. That's just kind of how it is. You know, if it's like if it's a situation where like you're a sugar baby and you're paying for all of her bills and stuff like that, and she just gets to live rent free, and like the only thing she has to deal with is you sleeping around with other women, and you don't necessarily have to sleep around with her, you know, I think she'd be pretty fine with that. She's like, I'm not having to give up anything to him. I just basically just get to be in his presence, you know? I just get to be a little piece of eye candy in his living place, whatever. But, you know, and then I let him do whatever he wants. I think if the woman doesn't care about you, then yeah. But if a woman cares about you, she's going to care about you cheating on her, you like sleeping around and stuff. So I just don't think, I just like, yeah, it's a big contradiction. And that's what I wanted to bring up.
They can't control that is mysterious. And a big part of you being able to maintain that attraction is by you not being too available.
Man, listen. All of this, I think this is such evidence that these guys have never been in proper loving relationships.
Facts. I think it came out that Angie is his first girlfriend, and Walter pays for box. So it is what it is, man. These are the hands they're dealt, and they've made a name for themselves. Unfortunately, they're in Miami, where it's all about flexing and flossing, and yeah, unfortunately, these guys they claim they don't pay for box, but I think it's pretty obvious that Myron has zero mouthpiece to be able to chat a woman, out of her panties. I think it has to be like there has to be a little bit of alcohol involved, so he can kind of slide in there. I just don't think. I mean, the fact is he didn't work to get Angie. Okay, Angie was brought onto the show, and she had a couple drinks, and maybe he was able to talk to her or whatever, and that's how that worked, whatever. But I don't think that he would have been able to get Angie in the wild, so to speak.
That's all I hear when they talk. What I know about is that the other day I was talking to Lewis Hamilton, the F1 driver. I was giving him tips to how to drive. You know what I mean? Like, is F1 this shit? It was like, yo, you got to do this and that. And, you got to do. I never driven one. Right. Doesn't matter. That's these guys.
Doesn't matter. I'm going to advise men on relationships, even though I've never been in one, or I'm just now in one. It's like I need to see a 3-hour live stream of Walter, Fresh Prince CEO, telling us to not pay for box. I need him to do that, and and we'll all listen to him because he's a man of God. He doesn't pay for box. Come on now.
Right. I really never had the experience. I wouldn't know what it feels like to drive an F1. How am I gonna tell some people how to do it? Never, like, they can catch girls here and there, but by paying for it, that's fine. Or whatever, the ones that they catch, they actually want something from them, money, you know what I mean? So it all comes to the same, but they never actually been in one, and that's what it sounds like. Yeah. Myron himself has said he's never been in a relationship until his mid-30s. So what are we talking about? Why are these people advising people on how to maintain a marriage?
Let alone trying to keep one. You're trying to talk about girlfriend shit. Yeah, you just want to be like, because,
They can't speak on marriage. I mean, Walter got married for papers, and yeah, Myron's never been married, so I don't think that even them having this perspective that marriage is like they have that marriage is a institution to cut men in half. I think that's a very fear-based mentality to have. You're already going into the relationship with a negative connotation to it. That it's going to fail, and she's going to take everything you want. Take everything that she wants and stuff. Even if I know he's even defended like prenuptial. Myron has even defended like prenuptial agreements, saying that everything that you went into the relationship prior to the marriage is yours in a prenuptial agreement, but everything you had attained after the marriage, you got to split that down the middle. And it's like, I don't know, man. I think if you just don't focus on that, I mean, I guess, but it all comes back to who you vet. You got to vet properly, don't just give the ring to any girl, man. Like, you got to really, you got to know her, you got to know her. You got to know her situation with her parents and stuff. You got to, meet the family. And, it's like, you got to do the work, and the same with her. She has to, meet your family. And, it's like, I don't know, man, you got to take the time. But this whole thing, it's like, it's all transactional. It's like, look, man, Myron has this whole aspect that, hey, I'm going to be straight up with women. I'm going to let them know from the jump that I'm not going to be monogamous. I think monogamy is stupid, and I'm going to have other chicks. That's just what he says. There's going to be a percentage of girls that are not going to have a problem with that, as long as he supports their lifestyle. So I don't know, man. I think, you lead with your, as far as Fresh, you lead with your wallet. You're going to attract women that are only there for your money. So, which we've already seen.
Hey, you do not have discipline. It's not on your girl. It's actually, I'm going to tell you this. If you do not want to go to the gym and you blame it on your girl,
then you're not the alpha male that you claim to be. Yup. If you become lazy and you say, well, it's because I got a girl now, then you're not the alpha that you think that you are.
Isn't it like you're not taking accountability, like the reason why I'm not achieving the goals that I have set is because of my girl. You're putting all of the onus on her when it's like, no, these are your goals and you can still achieve them, but you're expressing an easy out, like this is why I haven't made it, whatever. And it goes back to that whole victim mentality, man. It's like, it's not my fault. It's because the woman's there, man. She's holding me back.
This is like you're not the alpha, you're lazy, and it's on you because at the end of the day, it's gonna be a choice every time. No matter how influenced, it's gonna be a choice that you decide to make.
This is like guys who get a girlfriend and all of a sudden they cut off all their friends. And they're like, oh, it's because of my girlfriend. No, it's not. It's you. It's because it's your fault. Don't blame your girlfriend. Imagine me saying, hey guys, don't have a girlfriend because she's gonna stop you from going to spend time with your friends. No, it's you that don't set your boundaries. That's it. I'll say this too. You can tell this movement has nothing to do with the average man or regular men or everyday people. Yeah. Because one of the advices they give is don't live with your girl, get her a place. Who do you think out here has the disposable money to pay their own rent and then also pay their girl's rent just so they don't have to spend time together?
That's literally what I said, man. It does not make any sense to me, especially the way the housing market has increased just in every major city. You'd be really hard pressed to find anything under like $2,000 to $3,000 a month for a metro apartment, and something that's decent. I'm not just talking about like a hole in the wall, like something decent, something safe as well. Because I don't know, if you have if you're finding a place for your girlfriend, I think you would want her to be in a relatively like safe area, right? You wouldn't want to put her in the slums. I don't know. Maybe Myron would. Myron's got a couple properties a little shady. I don't know. You guys probably know about that, but that's here nor there.
A lot of people have to shack up just to be able to make ends meet and make it work.
Well, I'm gonna get with a girl so I don't spend time with her. Oh my God.
What?
Oh my.
If you think about it, they're essentially telling you guys, spend an extra $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 on rent every month just so your girl don't live with you and you can live with your boys.
Boys being boys.
It's just what it is. You just horse around. It's boys being boys, right, guys?
That's and that's what tells me, these guys, they don't love women. They don't like women. They like men better than they like women.
Okay, so I didn't want to like bring it to this, but it's just like all roads are leading to this, that Myron prefers the company of men. Now, I didn't say he was gay, but I just said that he prefers the company of men. I think he finds women very irritating, and he can only deal with them in small doses. He's developed such a contempt for women that he just can't stand to be around them. Whether he's in a relationship or, working, talking to him on a podcast. I think it's very telling that he just might not be built for anything long or anything serious of a relationship with the opposite sex. So take that what you will.
Talking about that gay shit. I'm just saying.
Maybe he'll chill out. Once he reaches like 45 or maybe 50 and he realizes, okay, I know I said some things in my 30s, my mid 30s and stuff, but, I'm starting to see the error of my ways. Maybe he might come around. Well, maybe.
They like men spending more time with men than they like with women, and they don't want a relationship. They just want to fuck, and that's okay.
Yeah, women are like a tool to them. Like that's the really only purpose. Which besides making sandwiches, because I know Myron loves his sandwiches, so he's just like, yeah, make me a sandwich, give me some sex, and give me some silence, and give me some space. So, the 4 S's.
That's what you want to do. That's okay. But you're gonna wake up alone, lonely, and it is what it is.
If they don't want a relationship, if you choose to want to believe that, that's fine. But that's what you said is true. What you said is true about they don't want a relationship. Because you think about it, when they say they don't want to live together, why? Oh, because I have to spend time with my girl. Oh, because I have to listen to her. Oh, because I have to be present. Oh, when she's going through difficult times, I have to be there. I mean, to do those.
Such a chore, right? That laundry list of things. Cabo says, do you think Myron hates women, Camp? I think it's further than hate, my friend. It's contempt. He has contempt for women, which, you know, he views them as lower beings than him, you know, like easily molded and manipulated and stuff. And then the women that are past their prime, they're just old and annoying, and he doesn't want to deal with them either. So I honestly, I think yeah, sure. I think you know, I think women that possibly maybe initially, you know, he probably still likes to like look at women and stuff, but I think once like he gets into conversations with women, that's where the conflicts happen. And I think the more he gets to know somebody, usually it doesn't matter what they look like at that point. Like if there's too many things that set him off, and I don't know, I just feel like Myron is always in like podcast mode and he can't switch it off, man. And yeah, there's gonna be a very, very small percentage of women that can actually that will still find him attractive and be able to like acquiesce to all of his little demands and stuff, and actually want to have that. But do I think he hates women? I generally speaking, yes. But I think it's further than hate. I think it's more of a contempt that he has, which that develops out of hate.
Those things is literally what defines a relationship. So how can you say, yeah, I want to have a girlfriend, I want to, then you have to be there. You have to be present. You know what?
I know he loves men, though. He loves men. I mean, he's only loyal to men. So what does that say to you? He's loyal to a fault when it comes to men, but he does not. He could care less. He could care less about being loyal to a woman.
Think that men are better than women? Case.
Do they? I don't really think they're better. I think it's just a preference. That's not, they don't think they're better. I don't think gays think they're better.
Oh yeah, preference. So who chills with their boys and their girlfriends? They on the side and live at their place. I mean, I shop with them and this and that, but I want her around. I want to stay with my boys. That's gay. My girlfriends are gonna be there. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go shopping with her. We're gonna do a couple of things that's gonna be fun. But the rest of the time, they spend time with their boys. Yeah, let me live with my boy. My girlfriend, she stays over there.
Okay. I'm mad that it was.
Yo!
You don't fucking see it here. We get it. You want to do gay shit with your girl, man, too.
But gay shit with my girl is nice.
I bet it is. Your gay ass.
And I know some of you guys are like, what the f are you talking about, Myron? Like, that's weird. Yeah. Female attraction, guys, doesn't make sense.
Damn. Oh, shit. Female attraction doesn't make sense. I think that needs to be on a Fresh and Fit t-shirt. I think I might need to write that down. Have that on the front, have Fresh and Fit on the back. Fresh and Fit podcast on the back, but female attraction doesn't make sense. Damn.
What the fuck did I just say?
Let's keep going.
If you look at things from a logically sound perspective, you know, you would think the better you treat her, the more you white knight, the more you be a gentleman, the more.
See, he's already got the wrong view of it, calling it white knight. That's not it, man. Like, okay, let's really quick. I just want to do this real quick for you guys. White knight. I'm sure everybody knows what a white knight is, but let's just go into Urban Dictionary so we can know exactly what he means when he says this. A man who usually a man who puts himself in someone else's business to stick up for a girl, even if she's wrong or has done something wrong. White knights usually do this for some sort of reward, nudes, sex, or something along those lines. Second definition is a man who stands up for a woman's right to be an absolute equal, but then steps up like a white knight to rescue her at any time that equally becomes a burden. Second definition is a man who promotes gender equality, but practices special privilege for women. And then the last one, let's read this last one. A person with low self-esteem who combats this with unwavering need to aid others who may need or not need it. They usually have very isolated personal lives as they are very judgmental of others, surrounding themselves with only those who feed their desire to help and feel as a savior. most commonly cited in young men in regards to women. This is only a lesser form as it is usually only temporary, fading with life experience. So you don't become, this whole white knight thing doesn't happen when in your adulthood, but in your adolescence, teenager, coming of age, yeah, sure, you like look at women as equal and you take up for them, and you're out there to really like save women and stuff. But so Myron having this perspective that you're going to live with your woman and stuff, it's going to make you softer, you're going to want to take up for them, you're going to want to, I don't know, provide and protect them. It's not a good thing. And it baffles me how he can have this perspective when, wouldn't you want to protect someone that you, I guess, care about? Or maybe you don't care about them. Maybe they're just a tool to you. I guess that's the factor. I guess if you don't care about somebody, then you don't care about protecting them. So I guess if things happen, but I don't know. I think white knight is not the proper term to be used here. Let's go back a little bit here.
Nice. I bet it is. Okay, yes.
And I know some of you guys are like, what the f are you talking about, Myron? Like, that's weird. Yeah. Female attraction, guys, doesn't make sense.
My God.
What the fuck did I just say?
It's got to be a t-shirt.
If you look at things from a logically sound perspective, you would think the better you treat her, the more you white knight, the more you be a gentleman, the more time you spend with her, the more you invest, right? The more you get back. Well, let me tell you guys something. When it comes to women is the one endeavor where the more time you invest, the more resources you put in, the more attention you give it, it actually is detrimental to you, right?
Okay, so the more time, the more time you invest with someone, it's detrimental to you. And I'd like to understand, how is this detrimental to you? Because whatever you give to a woman will give back to you, I think if you are a piece of shit to your woman, yeah, your woman's is going to slowly develop a disrespect for you. And then it's going to become like a back and forth power struggle. Whereas if you treat your woman with respect, love, care, and all that stuff, she's going to give it back to you, But I guess if you start off on the wrong foot, just being all transactional and stuff about it, yeah, you're only going to tempt the people that aren't going to be worthy of a long-term relationship. They're going to only be there for the things you provide. I mean, as soon as things go bad, as soon as you lose your job or something like that, they're going to be gone too. Whereas like a solid woman who, has experienced the care and the love and stuff, when you are up, when you're down, she's going to still be there too.
Good Lord. All right. You guys are really stuck in high school, Honda. If you think that
Fucking said that earlier, man. It's like high school, first year of college, man, mindset. It's crazy.
trying for a relationship is how it ends, you are fucking stupid. And you know what? You have evidence of this because look at all of these guys in the red pill space. Either A, they've never been married, they're never having a long-term girlfriend, or when they do, they have to lie about the reality of it and sell this bullshit dream. Why do so many of them have to lie about what the relationship is like? Why does Donovan Sharp have to lie, right? Why does Rollo Tomasi have to lie? Why do all these guys who are in these relationships have to lie about what the everyday to day is? Why? Because they know once you're in it, this is not what they're describing. So it's just a funny thing.
So don't live with your girl, guys. It's one of the stupidest things you can do. Now, are there some guys that can do it? We talked about this with Donovan Sharp. He lives with his girl, right? And he's been able to make it work. But
Yeah, but you gotta provide for a single mother. And you mean the single mother who he claims isn't a single mother in the little bill that they have? Yeah.
Yeah, Donovan's wife is a 9 slash like a high 9/10. Okay, that's what Donovan Sharp's words. Okay, that's his words, and we're all wrong for thinking otherwise.
Yeah, okay, just wanted to make sure, since we're all telling the truth now.
look, for a majority of you guys, you're going to almost always be better off not living with your girl, outside of some extreme circumstances where, like, you're someone like Donovan Sharp who lives and breathes this stuff. Your wife is intimately involved in your business, so it makes a lot of pragmatic sense for her to be living with you because she's literally running a lot of your social media platforms.
Okay,
and that convenience
hold
helps
on.
you run your business.
So a woman who is helping you with your business, that would be one of the extreme circumstances. What about if you're married and have kids? Like, I think I think that would be another extreme circumstance. But sometimes some people are just dating, they're not married, and then they have kids. You know, that happens too. So I think if children are involved, I think it's just like, it's a wrap, man. It's like you kind of have to, you should definitely be there for your kids. There shouldn't be any question about that. I don't know. I think the kids need mothers and fathers, man, in the house. Not this whole separation, like weekend warrior father that comes in every once in a while, whenever he needs to. But yeah, it's Myron has no ground to stand on in this, man. He cannot be the one to give us this message.
Better.
You realize all the little caveats they have to put so that their scamming friends can be part of their movement, right? Because he can't say this stuff because it goes in contravention with the guys that they do collaborations with, right? So they always have to do that. So this is the rule, but we're the exception. This is the rule for you, but we do it differently.
Yeah, nobody's asking the question, where's Angie living? Like, does Angie live with Myron and she lives rent free and Myron just gives her a credit card to just buy whatever she wants? It's like, I don't know. I would like to know if anybody else knows if Angie is living with Myron, then all of this is bullshit.
And don't question that, because we're always the exception, but follow our rules. Now,
Rules for thee, but not for me.
guys, listen. I know it's hot in this room. The oven's on. Go inside. We're going to close the door. Everything's going to be fine. We're going to stay outside because we're the exception for this exercise. But it's going to be fine for you. Like, if you guys had the amount of people who messaged me was like, yo, listen, I used to follow this red pill advice and it my relationships, and I'm so glad I'm out of that shit. It's like, yeah, a lot of dudes follow this stuff, push away good people that could be really good for them. Why? Because they want to believe in this goofy ass shit.
Where's the mystery? No mystery at all. I got a friend that wears glasses to the club.
This is another this is probably another page of why Myron deserves fresh. This is going to be another fresh-ism. You guys listen up. Wearing glasses to the club. And I think when he says glasses, I think he's talking about sunglasses here.
You might say, that's dumb, bro. Why'd you wear glasses to the club? And he has game, his riz, all that stuff. He talked to girls. They're like, wow, this guy is like super charming, but I don't know his eye color. It's because the mystery's there.
Yo, Fresh, you're so fucking stupid, bro. He thinks wearing sunglasses to the club makes you mysterious to women because they can't see your eye.
Nah, you look like a dumbass.
Nigga, you're black. Your eye colors come in 1 to 2 shades at most.
Stop.
99% of the time they come in one shade. The rest, the 1% is an exception.
Okay.
Fuck out of here.
Nobody's looking at a black dude and with shades on and be like, ooh, what color? Is it turquoise? No, listen, the only people who say having mystery keeps things alive are people who have a shit personality. And so they got to pretend that there's something more behind it and they have to hide. If you're
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. So Fresh not wanting to be around a woman like in large doses would probably work out in his favor, because I think the woman would finally figure out that he's an idiot, you know? Like, so like, yeah, he definitely wants to keep that distance and stuff from her, and maybe see her maybe like once or twice a week and stuff. But yeah, no, I mean, I just, I think he's doing that more of a benefit for the woman as well than a benefit for himself.
a cool dude and you're enjoyable being around, you invite somebody into your life, they're going to enjoy your company. The truth is, this whole like mystery stuff was a thing that was really coined by pickup artists in the early 2000s.
Or the guy named Mystery.
But guess what? These guys were losers in their real lives. They were not interesting to actually be around. What did they have to do to get women? What is the word that they did?
Peacock you.
What is that?
Well, you know, wearing over flamboyant stuff, a thing that really go out of the ordinary, like a blinged out hat,
Well, yes.
a belt buckle, or something funny with glasses or something like that, just to be able to spark a conversation. Why, you say? Because you don't have any conversation. That's why.
So these guys, like, it's basically to reflect like a peacock. You know how peacocks in the wild, the way they mate is they spread their feathers and make themselves look really colorful and interesting? Bam. So these guys would do that. But when you watch the documentaries on these people's lives, a lot of them live with their moms. They didn't really have the best jobs. They didn't really have much going on in terms of hobbies. Their obsession was just meeting women. So yeah, in those kind of circumstances, being a mystery is probably going to be the best thing for you. Imagine thinking about who you want to have kids with, and it's a guy who comes in and out of your life whenever he wants and is constantly sleeping around. What self-respecting woman is going to look at that and think, oh, I want to replicate with this guy?
I said that, man. It just makes so much it makes so much sense, right? You know, like he's the guy, you know. Fresh, even though he's like talking about a friend that wears sunglasses, we know that Fresh wears sunglasses inside the podcast studio, and you know, maybe because of the bright lights and everything. But even before. Like the bright lights are to Fresh's back, so Fresh will sometimes wear sunglasses and he'll be facing away from the lights. So he's wearing them to look cool. Okay, maybe he wants to create that mystery and hide his eyes. But yeah, we've seen the clip before where they were asking the girls to rate them, and that was the time when he was wearing the sunglasses because he wanted to play up the whole mystery thing, and it failed in his favor, fade out of his favor because all the girls rated him like a 2, maybe a 3, and that was about it.
Number 3, she can call the cops. She can either set you up. She gets mad at you. Live with her long term.
That's the dumbest reason. Like, it's going back to like the whole thing I said before about fear-based. Like, look, I don't want to marry a girl because she can take out everything. She can cut me in half and take everything from me. This whole like, oh, she could call the cops on me and like manufacture something like, oh, I hit her, so now they need to come and arrest me and all this stuff. I'm like, dude, it's like she could do that if she doesn't live with you, you know? So that's not a good point. And like, why would a woman do something like that if you didn't create that situation for her to want to do something like that? It still falls back on you. You created an environment for her to take advantage of the situation because you didn't vet her properly. And it's like if you go for a gold digger and then she realizes that you're all fake and phony because your Rolexes are fake, you know, you don't really have the money that you say you do, you're actually just, you know, a schlubby guy, then I mean, I don't know, has this actually ever happened to Fresh or anybody that he knows, you know, or is this just another like tall tale to scare young men that, hey, don't live with your girl, man, because all she has to do is, you know, hit herself and then say that you hit her, and then that's it, man, you're going to jail. It's so crazy, bro.
And what happens is, guys, girls definitely don't want to lose their spot at your crib because they put in time and effort. They invested into you in their own way. Now what happens is, let's say you piss her off, you get her mad, and she's like, you know what, this guy, I'm gonna teach him a lesson.
Pause. What happens is, guys? No, pause. Pause. You're this alpha male that knows how woman he is.
My Fresh has slept with over 1,000 women. Okay, he knows female nature,
right? But then you live with a woman and you cannot cite the fact, you couldn't pick up the red flags that are gonna make you think that, oh, she's gonna screw me over. But you're just this big alpha male that knows the in and outs of women. Man, but you've been with your girl for 20 plus years. Yeah, she called the cops on you. Oh, every month she called the cops. No, of course not. Fuck is wrong with you? Before we even get to the calling the cops, there's been other underlying issues. Let's see a final one. Please, yes. End this.
I've actually been married for about 8 years. It's gonna be 9 years in November, and so far, never had the cops called on me about my wife. So, but it could happen any day now, and then it will prove everything in this video right.
The main thing is that she's gonna feel entitled to be your wife next. This just means that, like, right now, when you're living with her, she's planting the seeds of like, I'm gonna be his wife, even though she might not have the actions to actually be a wife. In her head, she's a wife. So by default, when she's entitled with this wife mentality, she's gonna say, well, you should know what to do, or you should know how to maneuver, and at some point marry me at the right time.
Oh my days.
Oh, whenever I hear Fresh talk about marriage, I would just think about Daisy, you know, and how that whole situation unfolded and how he wasn't ready, you know, to stand up and be a man and take care of a child and stuff. And, you know, he basically sold her the dream, said that he was going to get a bigger place so they could have, you know, their family and everything, and that he loved her. And then when, you know, when shit hit the fan, whatever, he's like, yeah, he disappears for like 4 days, and then he comes back. He's like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore, you know? And his whole reasoning is that he saw that she had multiple phones. So I guess in the 17 days that they were together, there was 2 pregnancy scares, a $30,000 bracelet, and he realized that, oh, you know, after he paid for that, he's like, yeah, I don't know if I want to continue this. I'm in too deep, okay, and I don't want to lose any more money. Okay, I'm trying to build something here, and I'm already down, 15K because I went halvesies on a bracelet.
I mean,
If I move in with a girl, like let's say a girl got a flat and I'm moving in with her, I hope it's with the potential that we're gonna build something forever. This like guys, you know why you shouldn't put a baby inside your girlfriend? Because maybe she gonna want to be your wife afterwards, and that's crazy entitled.
maybe I just,
I like to put babies in my roommates. Traditional, that's crazy. I like to put babies in my roommates.
Hey, yo, Bradley.
Hey, no, that's
Watch
Bradley.
out. Watch out.
Oh, bro.
You better watch out. This nigga trying to put a baby in you.
Moving in with somebody is not a casual thing. You guys are going to be sharing a home together, and you guys are also going to be intimate. Well, the audacity of women.
Well, we illusionalize together under the same rules.
Yeah.
We sleep in the same bed, and this girl, she said,
What are we? Bitch, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
What you mean this is?
Because you live with me?
Like,
Because you having my child? And because we all the time?
That's crazy.
No, listen, that being said, so just
just because I buy you a $30,000 bracelet and I take you to Barbados to go meet my mom, and then I put a baby inside of you and I'm hitting it raw and I tell you I love you. Why are you so entitled to think that I want to be with you?
It's a legitimate case that Abba has just presented, and I think we all saw how Fresh acted in that situation. Like he completely loved and bombed her. Like it was like he was sending her this huge mixed message, and then when I guess he realized that what he said is that she wasn't the woman that he thought she was. He finally had vetted her and got to know the ins and outs of her and stuff. He realized that, this $15,000 investment that I made, it wasn't the right one, So I need to go ahead. I need to pull out. I mean, not pull out, but I need to pull out of this relationship. And, look what happened, man. It blew up in his face. So it's like Fresh giving any type of advice of like not living with a girl is crazy. Like it just does not hold any water because he has no credibility whatsoever. Exo Charles came back. He says Daisy said on her recent stream with whatever podcast that her body count is around 100 to 200, suddenly saying that she gets paid for it. Yeah. I mean, she openly admitted to having an OnlyFans account, and yeah, man, it's like she's gone full on, e-girl now. So yeah, man. What choice does she have, man? She's like 30 years old. She's at that point, I guess in Asia, they would consider that a leftover woman. And, so now she just needs to just fleece men for money, because I don't think anybody's going to take her serious for a relationship, So, I mean, it's like once you dive in that deep end, man, you got to go all the way in. You can't just dabble and get out, man. And, yeah, it's going to be really, really tough for her to expunge all of that if she ever decides that she wants to. It's a wrap, bro. It's a wrap for Daisy. And unfortunately, her name will always be, tied to Fresh and, and also her OnlyFans and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, maybe she's embraced it that, she fumbled the bag and all this stuff. I mean, she could have single-handedly like had Fresh on child support for the rest of her life. But then at the same time, you don't want to subject an innocent child to that type of life, which I completely understand. So, but yeah, she got with Fresh in the first place. So yeah, it's fucked up all the way around.
I'm just saying, bro. These guys are crazy. They will do everything that looks like a marriage and be like, yo, why does this think I want to marry her? But then again, everybody got lack of accountability except you. All right, yeah, well.
Exo Charles came back. He says, probably met on Seeking or a similar app. Are we planning on reacting to the stream of her on whatever? We can. I did see the stream earlier with I think it was from Myron's perspective, and he was like calling ice on her. And yeah, it was pretty crazy because he called up Fresh to find out her birth date, because I guess he had to like input information, because on the phone call, ICE wasn't accepting phone calls, like I guess for people to like call on people to give tips and stuff. So you had to go on the website to enter in all the information. So then Myron calls up Fresh and he's like, hey, what was her birth date and stuff? And Fresh was like, shit, I don't know, whatever. But then he's like, oh, wait, I think I can figure it out, whatever. Because I guess he was with her during the time of her birthday. So there was probably like some money or something that he spent, whatever. He can go back on his phone and find it out. And yeah, so I think he found it was sometime in December. I want to say it was like December 10th or 11th or whatever. But yeah, then I think Myron ended up donating to the Whatever podcast and kind of just giving her the heads up, like, hey, ICE is on their way. You know, like I've already reported you. You can't be working on a student visa or whatever. And he's like, yeah, you're so dumb for admitting that, you know. But yeah, I thought it was hilarious. We can definitely watch that later.
So I get this, right? Obviously, most women want marriage. They want to find a guy that's going to take care of them, be with them, and be a provider. But
what's the point of dating someone? Let me just ask this to you guys. What's the point of dating someone if you don't want to eventually build something with them? It's like, don't you get to a point certain, you know, in your adult life, you know, that you want to find someone to, you know, settle down? And sure, you go through your phase of just like wanting to be a party. You go to a party and stuff, and you want to find someone, whatever, and you're on the prowl. You know, you're out here just like, you know, doing like we know. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about after you've gotten all that out of your system, and then now you're really trying to focus on finding someone that has, you know, all the things that, you know, you're looking for, or at least, you know, a majority of things you're looking for. At what point are you not dating to build eventually get to a point where you are in a marriage of some kind, you know, a family unit where you intentionally want to have children and stuff and build a whole life with someone? You know, at what point, you know, do you get to that where you're just like, okay, that's what I want? Or do you always just want to just smash a bunch of girls and not have to deal with the whole family aspect? You know, it's like, do you not want that? I don't know. I'd like to hear anybody else, like, let me know, like, is this all bullshit? You know, or are we just, is it the right path to just want to just pursue our goals and women are just, you know, they're just tools, you know, for us. They're not really something to really take serious. I don't think that's a fulfilling life, bro. Not at all. Sonic Mindset says, I don't even want to imagine being Fresh's son. God. Well, the internet has already taken the liberty of showing you with baby Abba would have looked like, and it was a mixture of Abba and Fresh's face, and it was pretty damn hilarious. It was on Length of Girth, long time ago. Or a ling time ago.
if you live with her, that kind of exacerbates everything, because now she's like, oh, I live with this guy. He's taking care of everything, the bills. I'm going to be his wife soon.
Pause. No, that was your rules. That you got to be a top guy and take care of everything.
Yeah,
And
that's
not the real world.
this is their standards, basically. You know, like provide for her, make it to where she doesn't have to work. You know, that way she's under your authority. You know. Cookmate says, "Yes, you do, Sonic. Don't lie." Oh man. I mean, Sonic, man, you should have never said that you like Fresh, man, because now you know we're gonna be jumping on you for that one.
World. And then you just claim, oh, this girl thinks I'm taking care of everything. She's gonna be, but that's what you said. All that thing that you're talking about was the rules that you guys set. Gotta take care of everything. You gotta get your money up. You gotta lead with money. Then because you lead with money, you got that girl. She's like, oh, he's leading with money. Maybe it means something, bro. We're together. We're in the same house. He pays for everything because he's a male. Maybe he.
Why are you getting mad?
I'm not mad. It's stupid. And I gotta stay here.
Exo Charles says, Fresh is going to be a deadbeat dad. You probably meet him once every 10 years. Bro, if that. Doesn't Fresh have the story that his dad like left the house and never came back? You know, like I'm pretty sure he's like doomed to perpetuate that. You know, if he does eventually, if a woman does decide to take the baby to term, you know, and spawn this little demon upon the world. Yeah, I do think that, you know, Fresh, you know, he can't claim all this stuff that he's a man of God and that, you know, he's everything is just like, it's all bullshit, man. It's so obvious too that, you know, he's just saying this stuff so that he can, you know, be viewed as, you know, a serious guy, you know, and like a friendly guy that's not as mean as Myron, you know, and like, you know, he's just got that whole nice guy aspect to him, but really it's like, no, man, he gets no respect, man, rightfully so.
Watching this dumb ass
You know
shit.
why you mad? It's because yo, listen, you living with your girl, you doing that date shit. We need to be living with the homies, bro.
I ain't living with you.
Why? Because see how calm and chill I am. You could be just like me, go
Armor and shit.
yeah, bro.
No,
Come on,
man.
bro.
No, I'm living with my girl. Thank you
Why
very
you
much.
with your
Stay
girl?
over there.
Oh, yeah.
Don't touch my hand like that.
Push me away again.
No.
Come on.
Don't grab my hand.
Push me away again.
What the fuck is your problem?
Yeah, push me away again.
Nah. Nah.
Yeah, push me away.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Nothing wrong with me, bro.
That's you.
That's you. Well, you think we done just because you feel like you done with the point? I'm not done. Yeah. Yo, what's the problem? I feel like I can feel your energy. I can feel your energy. Don't you just want to get away? Get under something? Get up to something?
No, I'm good, thank
Get out, get up, get something. We definitely using the Law and Order thing for this one. I'm just saying, man. Listen, yeah, you know what? Let me hit up the group chat. I want to hit up the group chat. I want to hit up all the guys and just see how gay they think this is gonna be. They have no idea we do this. Yo, fellas, I think living with your girl is a bad idea. I think y'all should get married. But what y'all think about us living together? We got like a separate crib for the for the ladies, so we can grind and work hard.
And sweat together.
But yeah, listen, I just thought this video was really, really funny.
Oh, man. You know what? Maybe we should do like a hustler house. You know, all of us get together, man. We all just shack up and just save our money, and all of our, you know, significant others, man. We can all put them in a house too, and we can call it the hustler house. And yeah, man, it's like it's perfect, man. We can all have our own. We can have a 5 or 6 car garage. You know, have all of our whips in there, and you know. Dude, we save so much money, bro. I know you guys have probably seen that one TikTok of I think it's the white guy. He's talking to a camera and he's like, look, I'm not gay, but hear me out. And he's like proposing to, he's like, any guy that would like to marry me, whatever, it would be perfect. I don't even want to, like, I'm not gonna go. Let me see if I can find it for you guys so you guys can see what I'm talking about. He was talking about, you guys probably saw it. Let me see. Let's go to, I think it's TikTok, right? I think it was on TikTok. Hopefully it's still there. See if I can find it for you guys.
Korean people don't use deodorant.
All right, hold on. Let's go to, I think, white guy, marriage, if I can spell. White guy marriage to straight man. I think that's it. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, this is it. Okay, this is it.
Okay, so
Hold on. Make sure that volume is all the way up. Can you guys hear that? Okay, get this off. This is the video. No.
for a husband.
Hold on.
Now hear me out. Hear me out. I'm looking for a straight man
Hold on. 1 second.
that would like.
I think the audio on that's kind of low. Let me see if I can boost this. Yeah, it's at 100. Good grief. Let's bring it up to 300. Forgot we're not on YouTube. We're on TikTok. So let's go and save this for TikTok. All right, good. Start from the beginning.
Okay, so I've decided I'm looking for a husband. Now hear me out. Hear me out. I'm looking for a straight man that would like to get married to another straight man. You can date any woman you want to. You can have many girls you want to. I don't care. I'll never bitch about it. I don't care. I just want a joint, 2-income household. Honestly, I'll remodel the house. I'll make it have 2 master bedrooms. I don't care. And as far as I'm concerned, you can have the master bedroom now. I'll remodel the house and then take it when it's done, because we'll have 2 incomes. We can afford it. A couple things would be nice. It'd be nice if you like had a boat. You know, that'd be cool. But if not, don't care. We'll buy one. You and I, buddy. You and I. We will buy one together. We'll have some nice shit. That's what we're going to do. Guess what? Holidays roll around. You don't have to buy me anything. Nothing. Not for my birthday. Not for Valentine's, Christmas. Nothing. Let's just go have a couple beers. Doesn't that sound nice? Doesn't that sound really, really nice? No bitching. No complaining. Holidays roll around. Let's go get a couple beers. You know? Anything. Anything about you don't have a motorcycle? You could ride one of mine. I don't care. We'll go get you one. We can afford it. It'd be nice if you cleaned up around the house. That'd be cool. But you know what? Don't care. We can get a maid. We can afford it. We'll pay a little extra. Have her clean topless. Wouldn't that be nice? That'd be nice. Guess what? No bitching. Don't care. You won't care. I won't care. It should be nice. It'd be nice to have some nice things and not have to deal with all the shit that goes along with a normal marriage. I'm okay with that. I just want the tax benefits. I want the 2-income household and none of the problems that come along with marrying someone of the opposite sex. You can, like I said, date whoever you want to, as many as you want to. You bring them over, guess what? Pow, high five, good for you. She's a pretty girl. Guess what? Pow, high five, she's an ugly girl. Don't kill, don't care. Kill's a kill. That's the way it works out. Don't care what you do. I don't. Stay out all night long. Drunk as shit. Don't care. Come home whenever you want to. Don't care. Don't come home. Don't care. Don't care. I'm not going to burn your stuff. I'm not going to get jealous. I'm not going to mess with anything. It's just going to be nice, isn't it? Now that you hear me out a little bit, doesn't that sound like, well, you know what? He's got a pretty damn good point. You want to wash car parts in the dishwasher? Don't give a shit. Don't care. I'll understand. I'm like, you know what? They got to get clean. You got to put them on. It's got to be right before you put that motor back together. Guess what? I'll help you. You know what? I'll do the weed eating. You do the mowing, or vice versa. Don't care. Most of the time, I have to do all of it. All of it. Both as a man, we know we have to do all that shit. Guess what? We'll split it. We'll split it. Or we'll hire a lawn service. We can afford it now. Doesn't that sound nice? You're starting to come around to my side of this, aren't you? Anyways, very soon, I got to get my affairs in order, and I'm going to be looking for a husband. So I'll put a post out there. Get with me.
I remember this from like a long, long time ago, dude. And I was like, dude, this is like hilarious. But I mean, it's pretty much the same idea, man. Just live with your bros. It's a lot less stressful. And yeah, I just dual incomes, tax benefits. I was like, dude, I thought it was a very funny skit, but I'm pretty sure this guy is probably, I don't know anything about him. He maybe has gone through like a divorce or something, or maybe just a really, maybe a divorce, you know, maybe, but it's super fucking great. Super fucking funny. Coke Benny says Myron would be the first one to comment. Dude, he'd be like, dude, I'm totally down. Absolutely. Now, I thought it was a funny one. Let's go back here. So that one is done. Let's go. You said the whatever. Let's go to the whatever podcast and see that one. Whatever podcast talks about Daisy Fit Chin. Oh, hold on. Should be the one, not 9 months ago. It was the one that was most recent, right? This one's only 6 minutes. This is the one where Myron sends super chat during the whatever podcast show. Is that what you guys are talking about? Probably. Wait on. Oh yeah, the body count of 100. Oh, this is it. No, that's from 9 months ago. Where is the one from? Go to filters. I want to say that was like last month, right? Or that's only a minute long. Okay, let's just go to whatever podcast. I don't know. That link. Let me go there. Might be easier just to go by their oh, here we go. 95 body count at 22. Is that it? Damn.
From Santa Barbara, California. A few quick announcements. It was just something novel we're doing. We have little energy shots with energy drinks in them. So, and look at the cute little cups. Look at they're like the miniature versions. This podcast is viewer supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs, which we just pulled up. Instead of super chatting,
let's go by chapters here because I'm not
30% cut. That's Streamlabs.
Not trying to watch this whole thing.
Link is in the description.
This is an 8-hour stream, guys. I don't have
via Streamlabs.
I don't have 8 hours to do this.
We will read those in batches.
Guest intros, relationship set. Daisy returns. Let's start there.
You've been single for 1 year.
Yeah.
You don't have. There's no guys you've been seeing.
I've seen a couple people.
Currently?
Yeah. Currently, no.
Well, you've been seeing a couple people the past year.
Yeah.
Okay. We can probably do splits, by the way. So do you have a roster currently?
What's a roster?
Like multiple guys.
Currently.
Currently.
No, I have no time.
Or in the past year.
Yes.
You've had multiple guys.
Yes.
How many?
Less than 5.
Less than 5. Okay. So there's no guy you're talking to right now.
I don't know, like chatting or
anybody you feel
carnal knowledge.
Not really. Not
no
really.
Carnal knowledge.
No.
Okay. P and the V.
No one's
Intercourse.
interesting.
No one's interesting?
Yeah.
Do you have a type?
I think so.
What's your type?
Rich?
Apparently, I think physically I prefer tall, dark, handsome.
Oh, sorry, Q.
Yeah, like if you ask me physically, but that's not like that's not just that's not everything.
Is Q your type?
He could be, cause
keep your hands off him. He's got a girlfriend. How dare you? Don't even talk like that. So would you date Q though if he was single?
He's starting shit.
If he's nice to me, yes.
Would you, Q? Would you?
I can't say. I can't speak on hypotheticals. Probably not though.
Why?
Yeah. You know, nobody wants to be fresh as leftovers, man. Like, no. I mean, Daisy has already made a name for herself, and it's not good. Coke Benny says her English has gotten better. Yeah, you know what? That's true. I will admit, it's gotten a lot better.
Because
what?
Because I got a girlfriend.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm saying if you don't have a girlfriend.
Well, I have to get to know you.
Okay.
I'm stringent when it comes to dating. It's really hard to become my girlfriend. Take a lot for me to commit.
I'm saying like go out on a date, not like actually date.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are you shaking your head?
I mean, he's a dating coach. It must be hard to.
Do I have to tell? You have to tell you, Q?
You have to tell me.
No, you don't.
You don't know about the stuff?
I mean, I know about the little stuff. I know about little stuff. I don't make those kind of
Yeah, but so what? That doesn't mean like people can't take me out on a date. I'm not gonna just like do things to everybody, because only when people hurt me.
Can we all be informed? Yeah.
We speaking hypothetically. We speaking hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, we speaking hypothetically.
Yeah. What?
For the sake of the conversation.
Okay. Anyways, that's cool. So you've been single for a year. What about you?
Hey.
So at what point does she talk about having like 100 to 200 bodies?
Like almost 3 years now I've been single.
Friend zone.
Yeah.
There's not a guy in the picture?
No.
Language barriers.
No, that one I told you about, he actually
Is it over?
Baby mama drama?
Whatever, hater. It's come out as of Valentine's Day. So what, a week ago or so? When was that? Yeah, it was a week. Wait.
a week ago.
About a week ago. She got knocked up by the world's
Exo Charles says
richest
body.
man,
Hold on.
Elon Musk.
Body count talk is around 5 hours and 47. Okay. Let's go down. Dude, the person that actually does all of these chapters for these videos deserves to be paid, man. This is crazy. 547. Body count. Here it is.
Okay, a woman is more than her physical body and body count. I agree.
It's crazy that like the body count question comes around like 5 hours in. That's crazy. Like, you know, Fresh and Fit, man, they get out like the first introduction.
But I also think men care about body count. So do you have a problem there? Actually, you do. In the questionnaire, you said, are men insecure for caring about the woman's body count? You said yes. Daisy, you said yes. Yes. Do you think they're insecure?
I think I talked about this the last time I was here. I think it depends.
Wait, what?
Like if a man has a high body count and it expects a woman to not have a high body count, I think that shouldn't be a thing. But if a man, like, he's saving himself for marriage and he has a low body count or no body count and he expects that from a woman as well, I think that's valid.
Okay, sure. Kind of different thing. What do you think over there in the corner?
Oh, body counts?
Yeah, like, do you think do you think a man is insecure for caring about a woman's body count?
I don't even understand why it became like a question to ask, like your body count. Why don't you just meet the person, try to get to know her? Why do you need to know, well, how many people have you slept with?
Sure.
What does it give me?
What does it give you?
After,
okay.
No, 1 second. Like, you tell me, oh, I had sex with XX woman. Okay, then.
I'm sorry, is there a question?
Like, how does that affect
like
the current relationship
that's your
you're
life.
in?
You didn't do anything bad to me if you slept with other people.
Oh, I can answer this super
in
easily.
Your past,
yeah.
You did what you had to do. You felt
It's in the past.
I'm wondering if Brian is going to approach this the way Myron has approached this in the past. Is that, well, what if, you know, a long time ago in his past, you know, he did some strange homosexual sex, whatever, and why does it matter? It's in the past. I'm wondering if he's going to take that angle. Let's see, because I know, you know, this whatever podcast is kind of a copycat in almost every way of Fresh and Fit. Let's see how Brian handles this one. Whatever pays the girl. Oh, Exo Charles says, whatever pays the girls to stay for 8 hours. Well, I know that he gives them pizza. I don't know about this panel, but I know that I have seen him order pizza and everything for I mean, because 8 hours, man, that's like a shift of work, man. So yeah, I mean, he's really going for it, man, with these 8 hour podcasts. It's wild, man. I mean, dude, I guess if you're getting like 200 super chats, you know, at $200 a pop, I mean, yeah, I'd go for as long as I could, man. Sonic Mindscape says, I'm back, guys. Welcome back, Sonic. We're about to hear the body count of Daisy Fit Chin. So let's see how this goes.
I wanted to...
Sure.
I mean, if you're not giving me any kind of like sexual sickness while doing sex or stuff like that. Like,
it shows discipline. If a woman doesn't have a high body count, it shows she has discipline and
but
she
I just
doesn't.
shaming.
Shaming?
I mean,
What's wrong with shame? What's wrong with shame?
Just
We can't be
because
just doing whatever we
society
want.
decided that we have to follow those rules for who and what. If you feel comforted that you want to have sex with different people, good for you, go for
Exactly.
it. Until you don't give
There
me
are
problems, you shouldn't even think about, oh, how many people is...
Yeah.
That's his business or her business, mind yours. Why do you need to care about
No,
that?
we're going to talk all about that. Hunter, your position, are men insecure for caring about a woman's body count?
No.
No? Okay, that's fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to go around the table. If body count really doesn't matter, it's not a big deal. What's your body count?
I don't share that.
Oh, but I thought it doesn't matter. Scoot to the table. You're too far from the mic. Go ahead.
I wouldn't share that.
Why? I thought it doesn't matter.
I don't think it does.
Oh, okay,
but
then
people
share it.
are always looking for something to judge, and whether it's one or whether it's whatever number, like, I personally don't think it matters. So
But I thought you were a sensual woman.
That
So
doesn't
you're just
mean I have
that's
to,
that's
like...
just a manifestation of your sensuality. the numerous men that you've had sex with.
I never said that.
But it's just your sensuality.
And I don't freely have sex with people.
Oh, you charge them?
No.
Have you ever charged a guy for sex?
No.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you know what? Hold on. We're going to... Adriana, share the deets.
Before you guys attack me.
We won't attack you. There will be no
This isn't who I am as a person.
Can you tilt your mic down a little bit? Yeah.
This isn't who I am as a person anymore. I've grown. I've changed. I've gone to therapy.
This can't be good, man. It's good when you got to give all these like, what's the word? Oh man. Like before you disclose like what's your number or whatever, you're just gonna go ahead and give this whole little spiel like, hey, this isn't me. I'm a changed person. I'm a better person. I've grown. It's never good. This is gonna be crazy.
I've done some healing. I've seeked new religious beliefs.
Sure.
I've had my college phases and I've had my delusional phases.
22, yeah.
Yeah. So I've made 95 mistakes.
95 mistakes.
Damn.
Does anybody remember when I said earlier I was wondering what was wrong? With you? And the commitment that you couldn't get, and you see what I'm saying? You just questioned it.
So how does that, like, what makes me the problem?
Wait,
then?
hold on. Wait, before.
It not necessarily makes you the problem, but
It makes your inability to be able to pair bond with someone because you've had sex with so many people. That part of you where you can actually form a solid connection with someone, it's been withered away because you've had so much sex with so many people, man. You just don't have it anymore.
I'll explain it after Brian says what he says.
I'll get you in here in just a sec, Hugh. And wait, so 22, and you said it's 95? Wait, will you scroll?
Damn, hold on. 22? So maybe either she started early or she just had a really crazy summer. That's I don't even know how the math breaks down on that. Like, damn, bro, that's crazy.
Here, Damien, yeah, if you can get your phone. While she's getting her phone, she's got a list. She's going to scroll through the list.
Cabo says 95 is actually crazy. Bro, it is, man. Like, you know what? Is she counting condoms, too? Because that's another one. You know, sometimes women don't count condoms. They also don't count drunk hookups either. You know, these are 95 choices that she made, not choices that were made on her.
I think that's
Daisy.
Private. That's private.
Daisy. Okay. Body count.
I had a conversation with my boyfriend before I came over here, and he requested that I do not talk about anything like that. So I'm going to respect his wishes.
Who's
and
gonna
won't be answering?
Who's gonna vag up? Who's gonna vag up?
Vag up?
And say their body count. What about you?
Okay. And I will own this, and this is where shame comes into play.
Own it.
Yeah.
Own it, girl. Go off, queen.
6 were within commitment,
Yeah.
because that's where I feel safest giving my body. I was also that woman who was loose with boundaries, and yes, there were 4 other men that I slept with. So my body count is 10. I hold personal shame with that because the men that I did not have commitment with and I slept with, I felt shitty after those sexual experiences. So this is, yeah.
Look at Daisy. Hold on. Look at Daisy shaking her head. She's just like, dude, it gets so much easier, man. It gets so much easier. This whole shame thing that you're feeling, it gets a lot easier.
Do you want to do a range, Daisy?
I mean, why would we be shamed about like having sex?
No,
That's just
no,
natural.
no shame.
Yeah,
There's
like,
no shame.
What's wrong with having multiple
I'm
body
asking for a
count?
range.
Where just
Is
men like
50
that,
to
women like that,
100?
human being likes
Is it
that.
50 to 100, 20 to 30? What is it?
More than 0?
Give us a range. Give us a range.
I think it's a couple hundred, around a couple hundred. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, no shame.
I'm not ashamed about that. I just feel like that's private. Why would I?
Yeah.
Why would I answer that?
It was private. It was private. Not anymore. A couple hundred, man. That's like 200 plus, guys. I mean, we thought 95 was crazy. at 22. She's 30 years old and a couple hundred. That's man.
For like the low hundreds, or
What do you mean high hundreds?
Like 2 to 3 or like 6
like
to 8?
like 100 to 200. I don't count
okay,
who I slept
that's fine.
with.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't look down on you. I want that to be clear.
That's
I'm
fine.
not
Nobody's.
There's women coming to the rescue of other women. Like, who cares, man?
She's looking down.
Yeah.
That's what. Do you want to do range or no? Okay, range. Give us a range. Come on, you've put your sensuality on a certain amount of men. I don't know where I'm going with this. Okay, body count.
It's under 1,000.
What kind of answer is that, man? That's crazy. Kava says, "To think Fresh is gonna try to wife her. I thought he could tell a good one from a bad one. Well, you know, hey, we all have our moments of weakness, I guess. You know, Fresh being the man that he is, he doesn't necessarily follow all the rules of the podcast in terms of, you know, being able to discern female nature. I don't think that at the time, I think he was literally just thinking with his dick when it came to Daisy. And, you know, his approach worked, which there was no approach, you know, according to Daisy. He just kind of just stared at her kind of, you know, like weird, you know, and then she was intrigued by that because he wasn't coming up to her and doing all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, dude, the fact is Daisy was an escort. So in the hundreds, maybe 200s, it seems to make sense, man. Okay. Cause the whole yachting thing with the billionaires on the yacht and men paying her, you know, $30,000 to $40,000 for sex. I mean, that's how she accrued all that wealth. There you go. And yeah, so I mean, I think 100 to 200 is actually kind of a conservative number because it probably was going on for a lot longer than we realize. Exo Charles says, remember the rule of 3. Multiply a woman's clean body count by 3 and you get the real number. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, you know what? That's absolutely true when you think about it, because yeah, saying 200, yeah, I feel like that's conservative for her being an actual escort, because, you know, escorts, you know, they work a lot, you know, that's their primary occupation. So no, I think what you're saying is right, Exo Charles. I definitely think it could definitely be more than 200. She just doesn't want to make it seem that bad, you know. But she also have this type of view of sex that, oh, you know, she already has like the liberated mindset of it that, like, oh, it's just, you know, like men enjoy it, women enjoy it. It's the same thing. You know, she views sex almost on the same level as men do. And the lady with like the 10 body count and stuff, and you know, feeling shame because, you know, she needs to have a commitment and everything like that. That's a little bit more normal to what, like, I think every day to day, what we're used to as, you know, people out in the world. But I think when you are at a level of, you know, of an escort to where, you know, you win Miss China and stuff like that, whether that whole beauty pageant thing was legit or not, or if it was just a front to funnel funds in, you know, for, you know, whatever type of escorting ring going down, it's honestly, I think, yeah. At the end of the day, 200 is a conservative number for Daisy, and I definitely think it's more than that. That's really all I got to say.
I mean, it's a number.
She's fucking 999.
That's impossible. That's
999. That's
She's
okay.
18.
18 years old, 90. She got you beat. All right, what about you? Body count?
I don't even
Into the
like
mic. Into the guys. Into
I
the
don't
mic.
like the subject, so I would just not answer. Sorry.
I thought the past doesn't matter, though. Before you said the past doesn't matter,
Still,
but it
I
clearly
believe
does.
that this conversation is very shaming, and so I
It's
don't
not
like to engage about it.
Did I call anybody here a hoe?
When I first told
I talked
Brian,
about my
I will be
personal
fair.
shame.
When I first told Brian, because I told him off camera, and he was very
I was respectable.
open, respectful, and
I
kind
was
about
very
it.
respectable
Yeah.
about it.
But I'm
We're
online, and there are other people, and I don't feel comfortable to share this information.
Because
it's
the
not
past,
about you guys
but
here,
just tell
it's
us the
about
past matters.
internet.
Just say the past matters then. Say the past matters.
Well, I am who I am thanks to my past. but that still doesn't define me who I was like last year. I'm completely a different person from last year.
Yeah. Okay. Hunter, what about you?
-2. I decline to share. I don't want to share.
Range. Give us a range.
Range.
Yeah. 10 to 20, something like that.
I decline to share. I'm so sorry.
Do you want to give a range, Italia?
I don't want to participate in this question.
Okay.
And this is the main difference between whatever podcast and Fresh and Fit. Myron would be having a fit right now. He would be kicking out any girl. Actually, he would have stopped on the first girl that didn't want to answer, and he wouldn't have moved the show forward until she gave an answer. And then it would have been like a whole 45-minute excursion until, he finally kicked her off and then moved on to the next girl. That's the main difference between Brian and Myron.
I don't know. It seems like body count kind of matters if you're just unwilling to reveal it.
I think that really doesn't
I don't think
matter.
it should
And I
matter
don't think
at all.
guy cares. Guys doesn't really
Can you
care.
show? Wait, hold on. Lift up your phone.
Can they see? Can they?
I don't think they can see the names.
Turn your brightness down.
Oh, you wrote down all your guys. I did that too.
I did it for like.
She's gonna scroll through the list of names.
We can't see that.
Yeah.
A little
No,
bit.
keep scrolling. Keep
That's
scrolling.
it. It ends right here. It's just like blank at the end.
And you said 95?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you do it and then write it in there?
Yeah, by the way, W for, I want to give you credit for the women who did share. Thank you for sharing.
It
No
takes a
shame.
lot because it's something I've actually never really told anyone besides like my 2 best friends, and it's something that I'm like very like insecure about. But you know,
Well, thank you for opening up to us. Now we will all, as a collective, avoid you.
it's not who I am anymore. I've grown from it.
She's grown.
What
I've
we're
learned
trying to
from
say is
it.
we felt shame being in that, and you guys are doing
I think
it.
what happened to me is a lot of the situations I was in, it's like I used to think that this guy is only going to commit to me if I give something up, and I would give that up and then he would dip. And it was just like a constant cycle of like doing that and thinking that's all men wanted. And I think that was a mistake on my behalf, but it kind of fucked me up in a way because there were situations where guys, they would try to pursue me in that way, and then I would say no, and then they would leave me because I would say no. So then I started saying yes more often, and it was just like I could never win. So I just kind of did whatever at that point.
So, yeah, she got to a point where at first she was putting up a resistance, and then she realized that she wasn't getting what she wants. So then she started giving away her sex for, whatever it was asked, and then she realized that she was still getting to the same situation. So yeah, now she's pretty lost now, it's like, it's tough, man. It's gotta be tough being a young 22-year-old girl who is just trying to find somebody solid, and everybody's just trying to get laid. Like it's. I kind of feel bad that's the situation of what it is. She's so young, and I'm sure she could have been, someone solid, but unfortunately, she's for the streets. I that's really the only way you can look at it, is that she'll never be able to find anybody. I mean, maybe you find that one guy that is just like doesn't care, and he's just like, look, I'm willing to just take you off the market, and just like, he's really quick about it, and then maybe that works. But I don't know, man. I mean, I guess you can always depend on simps. Simps will save these hoes out here, and it's crazy. Kava says, I actually feel kind of bad for her, because now that her body count is out there, I don't think a lot of guys will be interested in her after this. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, people that saw this, I'm talking about the men who haven't seen this, probably not on the internet like that, probably don't watch red pill content or, whatever. And they just meet her out in the public. Maybe she doesn't have like a crazy Instagram either. Maybe, I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm not going to do the research, but typically girls that are like sexually liberated like that, they have no issue posting, sexy photos online. And, maybe she has an OnlyFans, maybe, I don't know. But I mean, there's going to be so many red flags here that she's already kind of canceled herself out of any type of serious dating game. Like, it's just going to be hit it and quit it, or, you know, whatever. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for a lot of girls, especially her being so young, you know, not even 25 yet. And it's already a wrap, bro. It's already a wrap. So, and you know, it's unfortunate that you don't get this knowledge until it's over anyway. You know, once you're out of the game and, you know, nobody's checking for you anymore, you know, and, or at least not the people that you want. And you realize, damn, dude, I really should have had a little bit more discernment, and yeah, a little bit more respect for yourself. But yeah, that's a sad story, man. But you know, it's probably really common now, you know, because you got all these guys out here that are not willing to commit to girls. They're just trying to get the box, man. And I think it's like that's what Fresh and Fit are trying to. They're like, look, don't live with your girl, just. You know, women are just a tool, okay? Just use them for sex and then go back to your grind. And I'm sure there's a lot of guys that probably follow Fresh and Fit that, you know, came in contact with this girl, had the whole red pill ideology behind it. Like, look, I'm just going to use her as a tool and I'm going to, you know, get back to what I'm doing. Whereas, you know, it's like, who loses in the end? You know? She loses in the end because, yeah, she's not going to find anything stable. And she's going to be forever looking for that one guy to actually lock her down. And then, you know, but no, it's just not good, man. She's not going to have those qualities of like any type of solidarity to try to be a better person because she doesn't know how to be a better person. She's never been in that situation to be a better person. So, yeah.
You know,
couple questions. How many in a 24-hour period?
Oh, I've never like done it more like in a more than one person in a 24-hour period.
48-hour period.
Not even that.
72-hour period.
I mean, I don't remember.
2 weeks, a fortnight.
Maybe 2 weeks.
Fortnight. How many in a fortnight?
What do you mean?
That's 2 weeks. A fortnight is 2 weeks.
I don't know. Maybe like 1 or 2. I don't know.
Okay.
It was never like,
and wait, how old were you when you lost your virginity?
13.
Damn. Oh man. I was really hoping it was going to be later than that. That's crazy, dude. 13? Sheesh. That's insane. I mean, see, I was trying to do the math starting from 18. I was like 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. That's only 5 years. So 5 years divided by 95. What is that? That actually is, man, this is how you guys know I'm not like a true Asian because I can't do mental math like that. 95 divided by 5 is 19 a year for 5 years. But she started at 13. So what is that? 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. That's 10 years. So 95 in 10 years. That's what? That's nine, almost 10 a year, pretty much. 10 a year. That's almost once a month. But it could be more than that. Give or take. Damn.
Okay, nice. Cool, I guess.
Yeah.
Or not cool.
10 a year is crazy.
I don't know. Okay.
It was a fucked up situation.
What year, at what age was your craziest year for the bodies?
I would say like 17, 18.
High school. Okay, great.
Yeah.
In senior or junior year?
Senior, junior year.
And it was like high school guys?
Yeah, it was like everyone like in high school.
Everyone in high school. Everyone on the basketball team, everyone on the football team. You know, maybe a couple of cross country runners in there. Damn, bro. That's crazy. That's insane.
Who I was with
Adriana
was either usually in high school or had like just graduated.
Okay.
Like it was always like usually my age range. Age range.
Was there a month that it just went down like crazy, you know? Like crazy?
I would definitely say when I first moved here a year ago.
Oh.
Honestly, ever since I moved here a year ago, it's been like down. Like I've just
it
like
went down?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it went up.
Oh, when it went up?
When you came here to LA.
No, when I came here to LA, it definitely went down a lot.
Oh.
But when I was in high school, it was going up.
Where did you grow up?
Exo Charles says a third of women in not rare anymore. Jesus Christ, bro. That's kind of crazy, man. Like I understand like women mature faster than boys and stuff, but bro, that's crazy, man. 13. Jesus. Oh, man. I mean, yeah, that's just crazy. Cook Vinny says everyone everyone in the chess team, bro. Nobody was safe, man. Magnet Club, Debate Club, Drama Club. You know the Drama Club was getting in on there, man.
In Boston.
Oh, duh.
Yeah,
That slipped my
we
mind.
had-
Boston. It's cold in Boston. There's nothing else to do. All you can do is fuck.
Exactly.
Whoa,
get
no,
bored.
you can sit in parking lots and sit around a fire. That's what we did all the time. Every weekend, you go
Yeah.
sit in a random parking lot, or you
In
go
like
you
the
sit around a
back
fire.
of the 7-Eleven.
Hang out.
Yeah. Yes.
But those parking
how
those
many-
parking lot seatings turned into a lot of things.
Oh.
So you, how many, like of all the bodies, like how many of them were in cars?
I have to
Like
go back
half?
and count. I don't know.
Half of them in
I mean, some
cars?
of them I did it multiple times with them because I was
Oh,
like,
sure, of course.
trying to actively seek a relationship with them, or I was in a relationship with them.
Damn.
Cool.
You know?
Congrats. Proud of you.
Thank you.
Are you gonna try to keep it under 100 though? Because
I
you only
would
got
like-
4 bodies.
I would
You
like
got,
my next
four
body to
bodies.
be the last one, quite frankly.
The next
I really
body to be
would.
the
Like
last.
I'm done. Like
She's been in that mode of like, I want the next one to be the last one, but it just never works out. You know, it never works out. Coke Betty says the golf team kept getting a hole in one on her. Oh man! And then the ones that didn't get in, man, they're like, I need to take a mulligan. They come back and they try again.
you know.
I wish you luck.
Thank you.
I wish you luck.
Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Claim donated $200. Number one has an IQ lower than those milkies that drop in 10 years. She's already used up. Get rid of the makeup and see her true self. Only one that has a brain is Chair 5.
Oh, there you go.
Rest of them are
Compliment.
cannon fodder.
Cannon fodder? What the fuck?
I don't
What does it mean, cannon
What is
fodder?
cannon fodder?
I don't even know what that means.
Oh, you want to draft them? I
Rest of
agree. We
them
should
are
draft
cannon
women.
fodder.
We should send women to war.
Cannon fodder. I interpret that as like, you know, what's the word? It starts with a B. when everybody is like splooging on you, whatever. You're cannon fodder, man. You're gonna catch all the shots, basically.
Thank you, Clayton. I appreciate it. Michael Jones says, I go to church. I don't know which one. Can you stop asking these questions? I don't have enough cognitive ability to keep deflecting like this. You want to respond to Michael Jones?
I just started going to church.
Do you want to look into this camera and give him a wink? That's good. Congrats. Good job. I'm proud of you. All right. Jeez. Body count. Okay, we did the body count thing. That was really good.
All right, that was interesting. I'm glad you, Exo Charles. I'm glad you showed me about this because I didn't know Daisy admitted this on the podcast. I knew she was on the podcast because Myron wanted to like call ICE and stuff on her, and then I think he ended up sending like a super chat saying, "Hey, ICE is on their way. You can't be working on like a student visa." And that was all I saw, but I didn't actually sit and watch this 8-hour podcast. So I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for letting me know about that. Let me see. I think I have another clip. Let me see. Okay, so this one is a little bit older. I think, is this? Yeah, this is a little bit older. But this is why Myron doesn't... Oh, man, I shouldn't have done that. I just, like, moved it. I shouldn't have done that because it was actually queued up. Hold on, now I gotta... Give me 1 second. Oops.
If you do some dumb shit,
I asked him how did he get along with, because most of the time when yourself out,
you get bored in a relationship.
Okay, if you have like a woman who probably does OnlyFans, you know, probably is like, used to getting like the constant attention of like other men and stuff, and then you start dating her and she has to just like, you make her get rid of her Instagram, get rid of her OnlyFans and all that stuff and just shut the whole thing down, and then she only has to deal with you. Yeah, I definitely think that would run its course into a point where she would get bored and then she would try to be looking for a way out because you basically made her give up her business. Maybe she was earning money from OnlyFans or whatever, and or Instagram, and because you made her shut that down out of respect for you, yeah, she's like, nah, I don't know if I want to give this up for him. you know, because you're out there trying to have like a one-sided open relationship, and then you're trying to keep her to where she's just with you. And yeah, it's not a fair deal for them, because they're like, I could be doing so much more. Okay, so that's the kind of the point I was making earlier about a woman when she tries to consolidate on one man. They're fine with that. They're not like men where they, you know, have to, unless like, okay, if they're like that one girl on whatever podcast and they're just like sleeping with like 95 guys because she's trying to lock down a guy. She's trying to be in a monogamous relationship, but she keeps failing at it. Okay. You got this girl right here saying that I would love to just consolidate on one guy and just be with that one guy. Unfortunately, if you're the type of person to have an open relationship and that's not what she wants, you know, she wants to have it with just you, but you like, no, I'm going to mess with other girls. Yeah, of course, that relationship is going to run its course. It's not going to be something permanent. So you are setting it up to be this like thing that is on a time clock, you know? It's not going to be long term. And I don't think that's what Fresh and Fit want. They don't want long-term relationships. They don't want to live with women. They don't even want to deal with women like most of the time. They'd rather just be around their boys, you know, and be on their grind. And women are just, they can come in every once in a while, you know. They're serve whatever purpose, make them food and you know, give them some sex and get out. Cook Benny says, "Hey Camp, have you heard of Dr. Shame? Dr. Shame? Shame. He made a men's right activist until his channel got demonetized. Now he makes movie reviews on his second channel. I've not heard of him. We can check him out. Does he have anything that's like, I guess, current? I guess, I'm sorry. The stuff that he got demonetized about, is that still on YouTube, or has he completely like wiped it off of YouTube? I'm kind of curious. Okay, so I gotta stop Myron about women softening you up. Now, I don't think women soften up men. You know, I think this is just like, this is a problem that Myron has, and maybe Fresh has as well. I think in this aspect, I think Fresh is probably just agreeing with Myron. I don't know if they see eye to eye completely on this, because we all know that, you know, Fresh prefers the company of women, you know, like he will hang out with women over hanging out with the guys. And I remember that was like a big thing that, you know, they're like, yeah, Fresh, he just kind of ditches us and goes with the ladies, whatever. Whereas Myron, you know, he prefers the company of men and all that stuff. And, you know, I'm not calling him gay. I'm just saying that, you know, like he would prefer women to be around him in small doses. I'm kind of forgetting the point that I was making, but okay. So basically a woman will make a man lazy or make him not want to strive for excellence. I don't believe that's true. I think that's just an issue that you have, that you know, you let a woman throw you off your game. I think, you know, as long as you have clear goals, you know, maybe written somewhere like on a Post-it note where you can just be constantly reminded about it, you can always stay on track. This whole thing about like, yeah, if you have a woman around you, it's going to soften you up. It's going to take you off. You're going to take your eyes off the ball. You're not going to be able to achieve the things you set out to do because you're going to be so like under her, you know, just trying to please her and stuff. Like, I don't think that's true, man. I think that's just that's an issue that you have. It's based on individuals. Like, it's not going to work for everybody. This whole thing about the woman staying, you know, maybe she's staying with her parents or whatever, and then she's coming to see you like every once in a while, like I guess whenever, you know, you're available. I just don't see the strength of the bond of, I mean, okay, so maybe at first, maybe it's like exciting because, you know, you get to see him and stuff, but I would still say over time, the familiarity between the two of you will grow, and you know, you might start to, you know, you'll learn more about each other, and whether that's like an annoying thing or not, I think, you know, you kind of have to like accept the good with the bad, you know, this whole like, oh no, it has to be exciting. It has to be, you know, a whirlwind romance and stuff. Like, I don't think that these guys are really built for anything long term. They just like, once the lust is gone, Like they're ready to trade up, and that's not good. That's now the whole being by yourself, being able to handle it by yourself. I think every man should go through that. I went through it for about 7 years, after I got out of high school. Like I was with my high school sweetheart for about 5 years. Like we started a relationship in 10th grade, and then that ran its course for about 5 years, and we lived together. We traveled all around. We went all as far as like England. When we went back to the US, stayed in Arizona for a little bit, lived in Alabama for a little bit, but we drove across the country. We went on all these little adventures and stuff like that, and really broadened my horizons going around all these different places. And then, when we ended up back in Alabama, it was like, it didn't work out. It just ran its course, and was it something that we expected to happen? No, but sometimes people grow apart, and that's just a reality of growing up. I think every man goes through that situation, especially if you have a high school sweetheart. You think you're going to be together forever because you're not thinking about it ending. You're not thinking about, one day we're going to split and stuff, but it happened, and I took the proper time to move forward and everything. And I would say I didn't have anything serious for about 7 years. And I think that was a very good period of time for me to just kind of focus on myself and improve, my living situation, because I basically had to start all over. And, maybe in the person I am today, I think every man needs to go through that. But when you hop from one relationship to another, I think it's not good, because at least for a man, it's not good, because you kind of dilute yourself, and I'm not saying that you are like a codependent person, but you have this thing where you need to have somebody there in order for you to feel whole. And if you can feel whole on your own, I think that's good. When you can have your friends and stuff there, to kind of fill that gap in your heart, that you're not romantically involved with anybody, but you have the support of your friends. I think they kind of serve a good purpose for that. And, and then you're in a better place, a better mind state, you're actually fine with being alone. And then you make the choice to take the risk of, being with someone. And then, you want to put in the work to eventually get married. And then when you get married, that's more work. That's more work that, you're willing to put in to keep it going. And this whole being absent, to me, I don't think it works, man. I think if anything, you're going to put a strain on the relationship, because uncertainty, Myron will say completely different, that uncertainty will create an emotional roller coaster that will keep a woman interested in you. But I also think it could go the other way too, that if a woman is uncertain of what you're doing, and a woman's imagination is very powerful, and if whatever she imagines that you could be doing happens to be true, it's that's the end of the relationship. And think about all the time that you've invested in trying to make something work, but because you have this I need to succumb to my needs as a man and stuff, and I just need to go out and just sleep with multiple girls and everything. It's that's what's gonna get you, man. It's gonna no self-respecting woman is gonna want to stand for that. And I do think that Fresh and Fit are really, they're not putting out a good message for young men. They're really setting them up for failure, and they're kind of creating this fear-based mentality of oh no, always be on guard, because a woman can do all this stuff to basically take you off your post and help and make you lose focus, because they make your life all about them, when really a woman is there to complement your life. They're there to be your helpmate, to support you in whatever endeavor you have, if you find the right one, and that's the thing. they want to make it to where like, no, women don't have that in them to be supportive, or they're very selfish people, and they just paint women in a very bad light. But I'm just like, dude, if you venture outside of Miami, you might find some quality people. I'm just saying, But I think when you're in this area, especially where they're at, where it's just a lot of young people, a lot of people, leading with their wallets, you're going to attract women that are only going to be around for your money, when it's flowing. And then when, you get to a point where maybe you're not bringing in as much money, or, maybe you just don't want to spend as much money because you're like, look, man, we're not, we used to be on top a couple years ago, but now, it's a different story now. And I think there's only gonna be a small percentage of women that are gonna stick around, at least in Miami, for that. But that's what I think. Obviously, you're not a man. You went through that whole thing, but no, I mean, I agree. I think there's a time and place for threesomes, and that's when you are single, maybe in like the the beginning stages of like a dating thing, with another person, but nothing significant in terms of like a marriage, or you already have kids and stuff. Like, I think that's very, very messy way to handle things. And I think or it's probably just better to not have any strings attached, just, know the person and everything like that, make sure that they're clean and everything like that. But I don't know, man. I definitely don't think there's a time and a place, and marriage is nowhere. I don't think that would be good for a marriage. With TK Kirkland is that all of this is all pre-marriage. Okay. Maybe if you're dating for maybe a year or so, and maybe you want I don't know how it would come up in conversation, maybe you say it, maybe she says it, maybe somebody else, one of your friends say it, whatever, and then it plants that seed in your head. But I think, before marriage, before children are involved, I think it's not involved, but that's crazy. Before children are born, I think all of this stuff should be done before a marriage is happening, because a lot of this stuff is really messy, and I definitely think it takes a specific type of person, a sexual deviant, if you will, to want to do something like this with someone they plan on being together long term. I think if there's no strings attached, I think that probably would be the most ideal situation. But yeah, I don't think being married for 10, 15, 20 years, whatever, and then you decide that you want to start being swingers. I don't agree with that. I know it is common. I know it happens, but I agree with Fresh and Fit in terms of oh no, put a girl up in an apartment, and you can live separately from her, whatever, and you can continue that way. No, man, that's not smart. I think if you're if you're this type of guy also that has these insecurities about yourself, you're always going to be thinking if the girl is messing around on you because you put her in that environment where she can be away from you. And it's just another reason why not to stay apart from your woman,
See, most men don't think about what they're getting themselves into.
Yeah.
And they want to get themselves into. They say anything to the female. The female is believing in him. And
selling the dream, possibly. This is like him talking about Fresh right now. Listen to all this.
Why he changed his mind. Females want to know why he changed his mind. But most women in those situations sometimes become a liability more than an asset. And when a man, once he or whatever, he figures his mind is clear, he'll go, wow, man, this shit about to cost me a lot of money.
$15K on a $30,000 bracelet will give you a lot of mental clarity. And you're like, you know what? I never actually had to spend this much, He already put $5,000 down on a fake bracelet. Then he had to double back to the Van Cleef store, spend another $15K. So he's already down $20K, So yeah, it makes sense that he had. So that was that clip. It was mainly just Myron talking about not wanting to date women that are. Hold on, let me back it up. not wanting to live with women. Let's see. This is another one. Oh yeah, this is another after hours. This is actually in the old studio. So I wanted to really take it back to all of the times that Myron has said not to live with your girl. Let me make sure that this is, yeah, this is it. So he said this back in the old studio that he wouldn't live with his girl, not even his wife. So here we go.
Facto, not trying to take me for 70%. I'm self-employed, make over 600K, PA, Australian. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, bro. Bro, you need to like
that's tough.
Get the fuck out the country or something, dude.
2-year de facto.
Don't let her take your money. Looking like a castle brewing. Also, what part of Australia is Skippy from?
Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast.
Bam. The handyman goes, man, the skonka next to Fresh needs a mute button. What's a skonka?
I've never heard that before.
What's that mean?
I don't know what it means, but it sounds funny as hell.
Don't worry, chat. We got you. Her mute button's on.
It's on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What else here? The black vet, carefuler with the giant midget attack. Okay. And then we got here Leprechaun. I was confused.
It's so good, like looking back at these old Fresh and Fit videos back when they were monetized and getting all these super chats, man. This is like prime Fresh and Fit, man.
That's why y'all were saying Biden's name wrong. Then I googled Joe Budden and an old broke black faggot popped up. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
The modern woman has been conditioned to expect her wants, feelings, and desires satisfied without feeling the need to reciprocate. Also, having a whole pass stays on your record just like a felony does.
Oh, it
Shout out to you,
definitely
boys.
does, bro.
Do you ladies agree with that? That the modern day woman, go back to that, expects her wants, feelings, and desires to be satisfied without feeling the need to reciprocate. Do you guys agree or disagree?
Sure. Yeah. By that definition, it means it's coming from like a very emotional standpoint, right? So she's not really going to be logical and figure out how can I reciprocate this?
Like a woman who believes in those modern, not just, we're all modern women because we live now, but a woman who believes in basically like a feminist. Right?
Essentially, she prioritizes her wants and needs in the man without necessarily being willing to reciprocate those things back.
I don't really know. Is that how it is now?
Yes. I can tell you from a male perspective, most women want you to do a lot for them before they do anything for you, necessarily.
Would Angie be a good example of this? I mean, she's living rent-free. She gets a card, and she doesn't have to do anything. She doesn't even have to have sex with Myron. And, yeah, all she has to do is just play her part as the stand-in girlfriend to shield him from the not gays, and she gets pretty much a free ride.
And which is a smart way to play the game. Like, you make the man invest significantly in the beginning so that you kind of have him on the ringer. And then, you know, you can get him to, you know, buy you things. And, you know, because most guys, what they do is they'll invest a lot up front, take on a date somewhere nice, etc.
You're talking about Fresh right now.
And then they'll feel like, oh my God, I want to get laid, so I'm going to take her on 3 or 4 or 5 more dates. And what they don't realize is like there's just dumping more and more money into a woman that doesn't really like them that much.
And then on the woman's hand, like a lot of women will, you know, get into relationships with men. They'll start acting like a wife, cooking for them, doing all the wifey things, and then they just break up. They never actually get married. So she invested all that, and he got that treatment, and she didn't get what she wanted.
You missed a very important component to that. They got in a relationship in the first place.
I know, but if it doesn't result in marriage, I mean, what is she going to get out of that at the end?
You missed what I just said. Like, the man's investing in the first place to get you to like him where you even get in the relationship.
Yeah, he's investing money.
So this is what I mean when I say, like, women are very short-sighted when it comes to relationships because you guys kind of see it only from your perspective. But the woman, right? Women, I always say this. Women sit at the finish line and fuck the winners, right? Y'all don't see the man how he had to prep for the race, get ready for the race, put on the right shoes for the race, running the race, all the men he beat to get to that finish line during the race. Women just see the end product. And then you say, okay, I'm in a relationship with this guy now, but you don't see all the hard work it took for him to be attractive enough for you in the first place to get in the relationship.
Right.
I would say it's this. If you're in a relationship with a man as a woman and you don't get wifed up, it's your fucking fault. You failed. You did not show him that you are worthy of keeping around. Once a guy has sex with you, it's your job to keep him. And I would argue most girls can't keep a guy because they think I'm special, my needs come first, my requirements come first, and that's cool. You'll be able to get a guy, you'll be able to get on dates, you'll be able to get certain situations set up for you. But you're not going to be able to keep a guy long-term doing that. You need to go off of, okay, how do I keep this guy? I need to add value. But most women don't think that they need to add value. I'm pretty, I'm just going to exist, I'm going to be here. I'm his girlfriend, he should feel special to have me. And that mindset will absolutely lead you astray.
So which one works? What do you think works better for a woman to do is to hold back until she gets that commitment, or do you think it works better for a woman to put it all on the table and
You need to add value to the point where he can't replace you with some other bitch.
Right.
That's how it goes. But most women don't want to do that because they look at it like, I'm not going to overinvest. I'm not going to show too much interest, etc., etc. And I'm just going to kind of play hard to get, which is cool. You can play that game. The guy will play the game with you until he gets what he wants, and then he's going to leave you.
Okay.
But if you don't add enough value, right?
Yeah, so if you give up the box too early, he's gonna hump you and dump you. If you add value to his life, but still give him sex and stuff, he'll stick around.
If you don't add more value than the other girls he's dealing with, which if he's attracted, by the way, he's going to have other girls, you need to beat out those other women.
That's true.
But most women don't want to compete because they say stupid shit like, I'm special, I don't compete with no bitch, blah, 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 all this retarded shit. It comes back to that entitled mindset of I'm special, blah, blah, blah. Like, I can't tell you how many times I tell girls, you want this guy, you do realize you got to compete for him. I don't compete with nobody. That's just an unrealistic perspective to take.
And
in
they
life.
say that because they're scared of not actually getting the guy.
Do you think?
part of it
Do you guys think that a man and woman should live together before getting married?
I don't think a man should live with his girl, period. But
Yeah.
that's a controversial take.
All right, so if you're married, that does not exclude you from living with your husband. Like you should be prepared to live apart. And just how it was when you guys were dating. He's gonna come in and out of your life, and maybe include you on a couple things, but for the majority of the time, you're gonna be left on your own. So I don't know. I don't know any woman that would want to sign up for that. I think the conditions would have to be met that, I'm basically not having to pay for anything. I think a woman would be okay with that. But I think eventually they would want to have something a little bit more fulfilling.
It's kind of like
But how's she going to take care of the
Right,
household and
but
do all
at
that stuff if
all?
they don't live together?
Like
He doesn't live there full time. Maybe a couple nights a week he goes there. But I think living with a woman is one of the worst things you could do as a guy.
But
Makes
once you get
soft.
married,
If you're not married,
Even if you're married, I wouldn't live with my wife. I'd have another house like right down the street or something, but I wouldn't live with her.
So Myron still says he wants to have 4 wives. So is he going to have 4 houses with every wife, in each house, or are they going to just all consolidate in the same house? I'm wondering how he's going to really pull that off if he actually is going to pull it off. I don't think he is. I think that's just something that he's just he's just saying. But yeah, I was like, dude, I don't know how that's going to work, man. You can't have 4 houses. Maybe he would put them in one of their like real estate properties or something like that. Maybe he'll do something like that. Maybe that's how that works. But yeah, I don't see how outside of putting a woman inside of one of his rental properties. I don't see how he would make that work with 4 wives.
What makes you say so?
Because women fag you up. They make you softer. Women are inherently lazy creatures. And what I mean by that is like, y'all don't like, women don't have the same proclivity to chase excellence like men do, right? They don't work as hard as men do physically. They don't hit the gym as hard. You're not going to keep your masculine edge and be super competitive and hyper aware when you live with a girl. She's gonna say dumb shit. Let's watch Netflix. Let's hang out. Let's skip the gym today. Let's have some ice cream. Blah blah blah.
Let's
Like
cuddle tonight.
like women in general like
You
fag
saying
you
we
up and
get
soften you up
comfortable?
as a man. So living with a woman is going to make you lose your edge a bit. Look at any guy that gets in a long-term relationship with a woman. A lot of times, if he was in shape or he had his shit together, whatever, it gets blunted to a degree.
We
So
get too comfortable.
the man gets too comfortable because women soften you up.
Yeah.
So a controversial take. I'm not saying don't live with your girl. I think you should buy a house, pay the bills, take care of her. But I don't think you need to be there every day. Fuck no.
But do you want to sleep with that person every night?
If you miss, sorry for that.
Is that it? Yeah, that is it. Okay. Yeah, that was like, I thought that was crazy. And then let me make sure this is that whole point about like, not wanting to be around a girl because a woman will soften you up. It's like it begs the question. So I guess being around a bunch of men like keeps you hard, I'm guessing. I think another t-shirt idea would have to be I would rather live with men, and then on the back would say fresh and fit. But yeah, let me find that the last video. Actually, hold on. Let's go to that video you were talking about, Coke Benny. You said Dr. Shame. I was wondering if that was an actual pun. Shame. Oh, there it is. Is this him? All right. Real reason men are refusing to get married. Male homelessness. The issue no one's talking about. Strong female character. 36 stupid feminist questions answered. 50 questions for feminists. Cis man explains 50 female privileges. Equality is not enough. What was the video that you were talking about? Because I can see, let's see, his most popular video is this one. The real reason why men are refusing to get married. Let's see, it's only 4 minutes. Let's check this one out.
There's an article on HuffPost titled 13 Honest Reasons Men Say They Don't Want to Get Married, published in October of 2016 by Brittany Wong, who mostly writes short, vapid, substanceless puff pieces in the form of itemized lists. I don't know how she came up with this list, whether she actually got these quotes from real men weighing in on the subject, and she just cherry-picked the ones she liked, or if she just made them up wholesale.
What the hell is
made
this?
With Whisper,
what the hell is this video game? Jesus.
Which is anonymous, so she could have for all I know. Although seeing that most of Wong's articles aren't more than 3 paragraphs long and most of them consist of reproducing or listing things other people have said, I'm inclined to believe the former. We're not dealing with a heavy hitter here. In any case, the article seems like it was designed to make it look like men are refusing to get married for selfish, unchivalrous, or insecure reasons, like not wanting to pay for a wedding ring or not wanting commitment, with just a few legitimate, albeit trivial concerns sprinkled in just to give the illusion that this article isn't designed to make men look bad. But what do you expect from HuffPost? Honest reporting that doesn't...
Coke Benny says, that's Goat Simulator he's playing. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never seen this game.
Make men look like scumbags? Pfft. I'm going to tell you the real reasons men don't want to get married, and I don't need 13 of them. 1. The majority of marriages end in divorce, and divorce proceedings are undeniably slanted in favor of women, especially when it comes to child custody. What sense does it make for a man to invest half of his earnings, several years of his life, and all his emotional energy into something which he knows can be taken from him at the whim of a woman who decides she doesn't love him anymore? 2. What happens if the woman he married becomes abusive? He finds himself in the untenable position of being laughed at by society for allowing himself to be abused by a woman, and everybody just assuming he did something to deserve it, and not being allowed to defend himself from her.
That's a strong goat. Dude, this goat is like keeping a crazy airtime right now, just bouncing off the ocean floor.
Thanks to the feminist Duluth model, he can't hit her back because he knows she will just say he was abusing her and get him arrested. He can't go to an abuse shelter because most of them don't accept male victims, and even the ones which do will guilt trip and humiliate him with the suggestion that he was somehow an abuser himself. And if he has kids with her, forget about it. He has no choice but to take the abuse just to keep her from turning it onto the kids, because if he tries to divorce her to protect them, he risks having her get custody if he can't prove that she would endanger them. 3. Even if you don't know the statistics, chances are you know at least one man who's had his life ruined after getting married. Chances are you know a man who's stuck in a loveless marriage with some horrible woman who he just wants to get away from but can't because he doesn't want to lose the house, dog, and kids. And so he stays in this miserable marriage, desperately trying to keep his wife happy but is unable to because she does everything she can to tear him down and destroy his self-esteem. And it's really just a matter of time before everything he spends his life trying to build gets mercilessly taken from him. And then he'll end up killing himself when he realizes he's too broke to attract another woman and too old to rebuild his social status, and so he's doomed to die alone and unloved, and society doesn't care because everyone just assumes it was his own fault his marriage didn't work out due to the women are wonderful effect. So those are the real reasons men aren't getting married.
It's a very interesting perspective. I can't speak for my own situation. I'm sure a lot of men, go through these things, and I honestly can say that I absolutely, love my wife. I love my family. I love my, children. We have a very healthy marriage. I think the reason why we are so strong the way we are is because we had that year apart. in the very beginning stage. You know, we actually did like a long distance thing for a year before she came over here. She was still in her country, you know, a whole day away from where I was, you know, and you know, we communicated every day for a year, and it was only for about an hour a day, but I think that little solid bit of communication was like the foundation of our relationship. And yeah, I mean, it created a huge longing for each other, and we never missed a day. And you know, when we finally got together, you know, it was wonderful. You know, I'm not saying, you know, not like parroting what this guy just said about saying when women are wonderful, but just saying like, yeah, I mean, it was a real solid connection. And I honestly think that any of you guys that get into relationships, you know, I hope that you form solid relationships with people that are solid, that are willing to accept you, you know, when you're at your best, and also, you know, stick with you in the worst of times, you know, when you're at your very lowest. You know, they don't abandon you. They just stick by you because they realize that, you know, the vows of like in sickness and in health and good in times and bad and all that stuff is like, is taken very serious, you know? And I do, the one thing that Myron says that I will agree with is that if a woman does have that religious backing to her, and you know, she takes that very serious, you know, that's going to lead to more solid relationships. Whereas if you're with a woman that doesn't really have that solid foundation, yeah, it could really go either way, you know? And so I can honestly say, at least for my own situation, I am very fortunate, very thankful that I have, you know, the wife that I have, that, you know, I love her and she loves me. And it's 8 years so far. As of 2025, I can't tell the future, but I can tell you that, you know, we are still as solid as we were since the time we got together. And, you know, I can only wish that type of situation on all of you guys. I hope you guys, you know, deal with that as well. Or if you don't want that for yourself, I hope, you know, you get that too. But I hope you guys would want to have a legacy, a family, you know, something to work for, work towards and stuff. Because once you have that, you know, the motivation to go out and be excellent is amplified, because now you have something to lose. And I think to have this whole like perspective of, you know, marriage is something that men need to stay away from, you know, you're going to be cutting that part out of your life where you can actually really have something really great to just enrich your life. You know, it's just like the next level. It's the next level of living, you know, and it is you know, but at the same time, it may not be what you want, and you know, that's fine too. I'm not really trying to get everybody to hop on my end. I mean, if that's not what you want, that's not what you want. But if it is something you want, you know, I'm here to tell you, at least from my personal experience, that it is worth it. It is worth it to be a noble person, to be a person that has discernment, that is not out here, you know, trying to dilute your genes and stuff, and like, you know, just be a solid person, man. You guys are all solid in here, but to anybody that's viewing me for the first time, you know, it's like, you give what you get. You know, if you're out here hoeing around, yeah, I mean, your relationship is not going to last, man. Because there's no woman that is worth her salt, you know, that is going to put up with that. So let's see what else this guy has to say.
Anymore. They have nothing to do with not wanting to wear jewelry, although being expected to spend 3 months' salary on a shiny rock could be considered a fourth reason.
If a woman loves you, she won't care. She won't care the value of the ring. She'll just, I mean, the ring is just a symbol of your commitment to her. So it doesn't have to be 3 months' salary. I think that's like, that's not true. That's not true at all.
It just goes to show how clueless these people are, that they could publish articles like this. Like, it's just totally beyond the realm of possibility that a man might have a legitimate reason to not surrender his income and lifestyle to some woman who thinks she's oppressed, even though she can take everything he has and run the moment somebody taller, richer, and better looking comes along. Now, since YouTube doesn't tell my subscribers when I upload a new video, In my last video, the dumbest hashtag Black Panther tweets, I presented another art challenge where I told everybody to draw pictures of Marvel superheroes doing unheroic things, and to send the drawings to me on Facebook so I could feature them in a future video. So draw a Marvel superhero doing something unheroic and send it to me on Facebook. The link is in the description. And be sure to like this video, subscribe, check your notification settings if you're already subscribed, and support me on Patreon.
All right. Well, that's very interesting person here. I'm sorry to hear that he got demonetized. Do you know, Coke Benny, do you know why he got demonetized? Was it just like people mass flagged his videos or something? Because I didn't think that was that bad. I mean, I think it's fine to have a perspective about things. I don't think it was too offensive. But yeah, let me go back in I think I have some watch later videos that I had saved for this conversation. Let me make sure I don't want to miss anything. So we got through that one. Oh, this is a short. Is marriage really worth it? I wanted to show you guys this one.
You could be an average guy, you know, support a family on one income. That's gone now. Most women don't find most men attractive.
I'm hoping that this video doesn't get copyright claim for this. Otherwise, we're going to come back to this, and this whole thing is probably, the music is probably going to be muted, and you probably still hear Myron. But yeah, it's probably going to get a copyright claim because of this music. I already know.
Because it is what it is, because since women make their own money, they don't need you anymore. That's exactly how modern day women feel about men. I make my own money. I don't need to fucking deal with you.
Right.
I'm gonna go for the top guy.
Yeah.
My resources are met, so therefore now I'm just gonna find a guy that stimulates me emotionally, whatever. Which is why women ride the carousel for a while.
Yeah.
Then they go ahead and get that safety later on. But guys need to understand this and know that the traditional conservative playbook doesn't work in 2023 anymore. If you look at the numbers, marriage is no longer in a man's best interest. You take a bunch of risk for not much reward. If anything, you're putting your balls on the line to lose everything. On top of that, she can be a traditional religious woman. As soon as she
It's all fear-based mentality, man. If you're not willing to take that risk, you know, you're not going to open yourself up for something possibly great, you know? If you're going in with like this, like, no, I got to make sure everything is 100% certain that I'm not going to get screwed, then yeah, you're probably going to lose a lot. You're going to lose a lot of possibilities in that mindset. So yeah, you're setting yourself up for failure if you're going in thinking that you're going to fail. It's like going out to like skydive and you're like, dude, I'm 100% sure that my parachute is not going to open, you know? And then, you know, maybe you caused that to happen because you manifested it. Exo Charles says most channels that talk about male and female dynamics get demonetized unless the channel is pro-toxic feminism. Yeah, very interesting, man. Yeah, I mean, I understand that, you know, females are a protected class, and you know, for some reason, even though the majority men view YouTube, for some reason men's views gets suppressed, and you know, there's a lot of people that I watch that I think don't even rely on AdSense from YouTube. You know, they have their Patreons, they have all their other stuff, and they pretty much have the freedom to say whatever they want. They don't have to worry about their channel getting taken down. They're like, look, I'm not focused on making money off of YouTube. I'm just focused on getting this message out. And so yeah, it's unfortunate that you know, just trying to just put the information out, whether it's a perspective or a researched point, that your voice can be suppressed because, you know, it doesn't align with mainstream expectation.
You piss her off. What does she do? Bro. Now she becomes a liberal. She a feminist now. Exactly. Next thing you know, gone, money gone. It's over for you because women reserve the right to act like a woman when they want to, and they reserve the right to act like a man when they want to. Be a feminist when they want to. Be a traditional conservative when they want to.
Yeah. Let me go back here. Go back to my my list here because I saved a few videos. Let me just go back, see what else I got.
You could be an average guy, you know,
later.
support a family on one income. That's gone now. Most women don't find most men attractive because it is what it is. Because
so we got that one. Oh, this one. I don't know if you guys have I don't know, have you guys heard of wheat waffles? I heard of wheat waffles, but I've never watched one of his videos. And this 3 Tiers of Men, I wanted to watch this because I thought it was interesting. It's only about 10 minutes, but let's watch this because it was talking about 3 tiers of men, and there's also 3 tiers of women as well. It's like an oversimplification.
I believe there are 3 tiers of men. And to test this theory, before starting the video, I want you to play this quick game. 1 by 1, male faces.
So we're going to play this game. Basically, the faces are going to pop up. We're going to say, are they sub 5, are they normie, or are they Chad? So this first person right here, what would you say? Would you say he's a normie? Would you say he's like sub 5, which is, I guess, like below average, and then, or is he a Chad? I would personally, or I'll go and I'm going to put my vote into the chat just so we can have that. Hold on, let me make sure something. Okay, where's I need to pop out my, what's it called real quick, my live chat here. Okay, so Cook Benny says normie. Hold on, let me go back. All right, so I was actually going to say normie as well. If I can did I spell that right? Yeah, I did. Okay. I'm going to put in normie. Exo Charles, what do you say, man? Do you say Chad, normie, sub 5? What do you think? Who else is here? Anybody else that's in the Kavos, if you're still there? Sonic, I don't know if Sonic is still here. It's kind of late for him. It's already 3 in the morning. Normie. All right. And then, all right, so let's go ahead. We'll go forward. Since we got 3, I'll include myself on there, whatever. We'll see.
Are going to appear on the screen here. And you have to decide which category of attractiveness they fall into. Either sub 5, normie, or Chad.
All right, we got that one right. That's a normie. Let's keep going.
15 faces in total. So let's start. 1.
All right. I would say Chad on this one. Don't let my answer influence you. I'll go ahead and lock in my answer. Chad. He's got that conventional, I guess, look to himself. I guess you could even probably say facial symmetry. Nothing like. Yeah, I would say Chad. All right, let's keep going. Whoops. There we go.
2.
Big beard, round face, balding on top. I would say sub 5. That's my answer. Sub 5. All right. I think what I'm going to do moving forward, I'm going to type my thing in the chat. I'm not going to say what I'm doing. And then on the count of 3, we'll all hit enter so that we can keep that a secret, because I don't want to influence you guys. Exo Charles, what's your vote? Do you think he's a normie, Chad, or sub 5? Sub 5. All right, let's check. Boom.
3.
All right. Let me know when you guys are ready. Don't hit enter yet on your vote. I'm gonna go ahead and put in my vote, and when I count down from 3, I'm going to hit enter. All right. 1. Oh, let me know when you guys are locked in. 1. I'm just going to assume you guys are locked in right now. 1, 2, 3, enter. Are you kidding? That's a Giga Chad. Just kidding. Sub 5. Sub 5. Okay. Let's see. I have not watched this video, just so you know. Like I've watched like I think like the first like couple seconds of it. And I was like, oh, this would be a cool little game to play. So I don't know the actual answers to this one.
4.
All right. What do you think about this guy? Doesn't he? I'm not gonna say nothing. Let's just lock in those answers, everybody. Lock in those answers. All right. He's bringing back the slick back. All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3. All right. Me and Coke Benny are in agreements. Extra Charles as well. Boom.
5.
All right. This is the kind of character that it doesn't matter if he has glasses on or not. 1, 2, 3. Yep. All right. Let's see where we landed here. All right.
6.
All right. With the crisp, he's got the crispy lineup. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right. Yeah. They're fairly simple so far. Yep.
7.
All right. This one's this one's tough for me, man. Dang. I would yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and lock in my answer right now. All right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, me and Coke Benny are different on this one. Let's all right. Extra Charles is in the Oh, I was
8.
wrong. Okay. So, yeah, Coke Benny got that one. This guy right here. This guy right here. Let's see. That's tough, man. That's a tough one. Let's see. All right. That's tough, man. It really is. I guess. Okay, you guys already put in your votes, man. Like, I don't know. All right, let's go. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with my gut. My gut. This one might be right, might be wrong. I don't know. Let's see. Oh no! What did I do? Oh, I fucked it all up, guys. I'm so sorry. I fucked it up. I fucked it. Hold on.
7.
Oh fuck.
8.
Okay, here we go. Oh, all right, we got that right. Okay. Waffle's parents prohibited him to make black pill videos, otherwise he would get disheartened. I don't even know what Wheat Waffles looks like. So, yeah, like this was like one of his first videos that I saw, and I saw it today. So, yeah, I didn't even know like he was red pill, black pill, any of that stuff. Okay, so this guy's obviously a Chad. Obviously, I know I wasn't gonna say what my answer was, but it's obvious. He even has the Chad eyebrow thing with the, you know, that's obvious. Come on now. Yep.
10.
That's an easy one. Oh man, I didn't even wait for you guys to vote. My bad. My bad. I won't go that fast next time. Sorry. let's just hold. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay, next
11.
one. All right. What does that band even say? Is that a band? I can't tell. I can't tell what that hat says. Anyway, yeah. I think if a woman like is scared of you, I think that puts you automatically in the sub 5 category. Yeah.
12.
This guy looks like a YouTuber. He looks like he could have been, I don't know. He reminds me of Captain Sparkles, the Minecraft YouTuber. Yeah. Let's see. Hey, got that one. All right. I don't know if this guy's using Face App or whatever, but I don't know. He might actually look like this, but yeah, let's go ahead and lock it in, guys. And the thing is, man, it's like facial hair doesn't necessarily define you as a Chad, but you know, you will see that so far 2 out of the 3 have facial hair, but then you got the facial hair up here that doesn't work, and then you got the facial hair in the middle that, you know, it's like it's just a component. It's not a deciding factor.
14.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go with my gut on this one. Looks like he could be like a like a temp at some agency, whatever, somewhere. Guy that brings you your mail or brings the whole office the coffee or something. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Yep, we got that right.
And 15.
All right, last one. I mean, with the space at the bottom, let's just... It would make sense that it was at the bottom, because, you know... But let's see. I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe he made it... he made it miss... what's called... Maybe he made it lopsided on purpose to mess us all up. But I feel, oh yeah, see, Coke Benny here, you got that's the thought that I was thinking, but I was like, just for like aesthetic reasons, I would think he would want to do 5, 5, and 5. But I would think this guy could be a normie to some people. But yeah, I think just for aesthetic reasons, you want to do 5, 5, and 5. That would be my, yeah, there we go. All right.
So, did you get all of them right?
I did not get all of them right. I think I missed like one. And yeah. I mean, but yeah, it's fairly simple. Out of 15, not bad. Not bad at all.
Could have carried on doing that all day. I think when the categories are broken down as simple as this, it all just becomes so obvious. And this doesn't just apply to men, because here are the categories for women as well. Again, fairly clean cut.
Okay, so let's look at the women here. Okay, so the women are in sub 5, but he only has 4 pictures for women. Exo Charles says he has good proportions, and then Coke says we all miss 2. Okay. Yeah, not bad, man. Not bad at all. But just judging from these women pictures here, sure, I get that for the whole sub 5, and then in the middle is like, yeah, attractive, sure, and then the top, which would be like 8, 9s, and 10s, sure, conventionally attractive.
Anyway, I'm going to explain the main content of the video now, which is breaking down exactly how I believe each distinct group interacts with all of the others within the dating market. And I do want to warn you, there will be a lot of generalizations being made here. So before you think of any criticisms, at least see through these next 2 minutes so I can completely get my points across. Anyway, my first analysis is 1. The guys at the top of the pyramid, the so-called Chads, they have complete control over the whole of the top tier and mid-tier women. A lot of these guys aren't settling down as they have an abundance of both one-night stand options and friends with benefits coming from these 2 tiers. I also want to point out that most of these options are sourced from online dating apps. If you haven't realised by now, it is these top 10 to 15% guys who are hoarding all the matches on Tinder. 2. For the women in these 2 tiers, especially the mid-tier, in return for what they're giving out, they are demanding relationships and commitment from these top tier guys. However, the majority of these men are choosing not to cooperate as they don't want to settle with anyone below their level. 3. A minor caveat to this though is a fair amount of the top tier guys are happy and okay with getting in a long-term relationship with the highest value women. 4. The women in the middle's unremitting desire to lock down a Chad has a knock-on effect for the mid-tier average normie guys. Because in order for a woman in the middle to maintain her availability, it means she has to temporarily friend zone any non-Chad guys that approach her. Which again, if you haven't realised by now, friend zoning is effectively the woman wanting to keep you in the background as an orbiter in case she starts running out of time and thinks she may miss out on her plans of wanting to start a family. In which case she can simply pluck you from orbit whenever she feels necessary. 5. In the meantime, these normie tier men become desperate for the women who are rejecting them on their level, end up settling for the friend zone, for which they then become a source of emotional support, favours, and basically a shoulder to cry on. 6. One of the biggest, if not the biggest, market force, both normies and sub-5 guys ferociously simp over the top tier women. And in return, these women give a grand total of nothing back. Because after all, that is the very definition of simping. A man mindlessly wasting his energy and resources on a woman for absolutely nothing in return that will benefit him. 7. A surprisingly large number of the normie tier guys, out of pure desperation, lower themselves to trying with the women at the very bottom for one-night stands and casual intimacy. And the only reason they do this is because they've ruthlessly tried everywhere else and got no results. 8. These low-tier women in response become resentful of average guys for not wanting to commit to them. 9. I find this one the most hilarious. Women of all levels give the same treatment to sub-5 men, which is emotional reactions of disgust, pity, and abhorrence if any of these guys interact with their lives in any way, shape, or form.
Damn, that's tough. So yeah, if you're rocking the beanie and the beard, or the sunglasses and the serial killer look, man, it's gonna be pretty cold out there.
It's gone as far as where sub-5 men don't even get the luxury of being friend-zoned. Sub-5s are being outcast altogether. And finally, 10. The only alternative for these bottom-tier guys, which again is the same for all 3 tiers of women, is pathetically beta-buxing to try grab hold of whatever they can get.
So that's very interesting. So, basically leading with wallets, it's like they gotta come out with some type of resources. They gotta lead with the resources because they know that's what women want. So that inevitably that's the only strategy that they have. They gotta pay for it, and they cast a wide net. They're swiping right on everybody, or swiping right or swiping left. I don't know. I don't do online dating, but they're accepting everybody, casting a wide net, playing the numbers game. And it's how you have to cope with the hands that you were dealt.
These guys, it's either that, moving abroad, having a miracle looks transformation, or living in a basement forever playing video games all day. Anyway, this is my breakdown of what I believe to be how each group interacts with one another within the dating market. If you think I've left anything out or you have any disagreements, now is a good time to leave a comment with your thoughts before I move on to the next part of the video. Now moving on to answering the actual video title.
Wait, hold on.
Which is how to know anything out
I gotta
or you
go
have
back
any
here.
disagreements.
So let's see. So the sub 5 has there's no relationships for sub 5 men. Okay. The only thing they can have is leading with their wallet. That's what I'm getting from this chart here. As far as the mid-tier men, they can only have one night stands. They can't have relationships. They can only have one night stands and friend zones. Whereas the top tier men can have relationships, one night stands, and is it say that? Okay, I guess they can put women in the friend zone too. That's crazy. Yeah, so I guess yeah, normies and subpar men, that sucks for them. They only get one night stands if anything, or friend zone. That's it. They can be an orbiter for a mid-tier woman. And if the woman is past her prime, then she can pluck one of these guys. And then, yeah, that's crazy. So, well, I mean, these are all generalizations. I'm not going to say any of this isn't untrue. I mean, a lot of proof has been shown. I mean, where would Walter be anywhere on this thing? I mean, would he be in the sub 5 where he has to beta bucks for everything? That would make the most sense to me.
Now is a good time to leave a comment with your thoughts before I move on to the next part of the video. Now moving on to answering the actual video title, which is how to know which category you fall into, sub 5, normie, or Chad. Well, besides looking in the mirror, in my opinion, the number one way to tell which category you are in is how women react and respond to your behaviour and presence. When you was at school, if you were the guy that every girl gossiped about, that all the girls had a crush on, you were a Chad. If you were the guy who was also gossiped about by girls, but for the wrong reasons, for being a creep or a weirdo, you were probably a sub 5 or just really socially inept. Anyway, for the guys on either extreme, the treatment they receive is easy to evaluate. But how about normies? At first, the answer may seem a little hard to identify, but I think I have a clean-cut answer to determine exactly if you're a normie.
Exo Charles says, there's a lot of truth in this, but the world is not 100% dark. It's true. I mean, I think everybody kind of goes through like an ugly duckling stage as well, you know, like you're trying to figure out like what your style is and stuff like that. So yeah, you go through a lot of different hairstyles. Maybe you had like acne growing up and now it's all cleared up now. I think that there is that aspect. And then it could have just been like, you know, you probably went to a school where you were kind of like the odd person out, you know, like there was, maybe you went to like a predominantly like black school as a white person or a predominantly white school as a black person, and like nobody looked your way because they're just like, yeah, he's too different. Or, you know, maybe it was just like, you know, you didn't actually play sports. You know, maybe you're just a normal student and stuff like that. And all the guys that played sports, those were the guys that got all the attention. There's a lot of different factors, I think, that, you know, can set you apart. I can honestly say, like, for myself, you know, I've always been like tall, you know, so I was always getting noticed, you know, but I also noticed that it wasn't like every girl, you know, it was just like, you know, there are girls even today, they're like, wow, you're so tall, da, 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 da. And it's just like, it's not something that I had to work for. It's just what I am naturally, you know, but I understand that, you know, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, you know? So I would, if I were to be completely honest with myself, I would probably put myself in like the normie range. This whole sub 5 thing, like I understand like what I would have to do in order to be in a sub 5, and that would be like just not caring about, you know, my health, not caring about my grooming, you know, just completely letting it go. Like I know if I wanted to be a sub 5, I could. But also, you know, the other extreme of being like a Chad and stuff, like if I really wanted to, I don't know, a lot of that stuff I think is health related, you know, like I mean, and a lot of it is God given too. Some stuff that you just can't help. You can't help having the eyes that you have. You can't help having you know, the hair or the, you know, the jawline that you have. So a lot of that stuff is God given, and you know, you can't really do anything about that. So if I were to be honest with myself and honest to you guys, I would put myself in the normie range.
And again, it's based on how a group of girls will react to you. You will know you're a normie if out of a small group of girls, there'll be maybe one, at most two, that find you attractive. Meanwhile, all of the others will have a complete lack of interest towards you. How about some examples? Well, I've seen this play out in real life countless times. Whenever I hear girls argue...
Now, this whole, like, there's an ugly hot too that I do understand that a lot of women experience. What's a good example of an ugly hot person that women, like, they go crazy for, but they're like, no, but he's ugly hot. That one guy, the one movie star, can't think of his name, but he was with Kim Kardashian. White guy, what's his name? Kim K's ex? Can't remember his name. White guy. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? This guy. Pete Davidson. Okay, so hold on. I wanted to show you guys this. Pete Davidson. I think tattoo removal. Yeah. So Pete Davidson paid like $200,000 to get all of his tattoos removed. Let me see. Yeah, Pete Davidson. Okay. Terrible tattoo remove process. Maybe, where did I see that? Yeah, he got all of his tattoos removed. Let me find the image. Oh, yeah. And I don't know where I saw it. I think I saw it on, was it on Twitter? I can't remember where I saw it. I think it probably was Twitter. Maybe it was Reddit. I don't know. Was Facebook? Yeah, 200,000 to get his tattoos removed. I was trying to find where the comments were. And yeah, a lot of people were like, we're not liking it, dude. They're like, dude, it's like he looks weird without all the tattoos, you know? But I mean, it was like his tattoos were shit anyway. But I'm trying to think the reason why I brought this up, actually. I'm trying to think about it. Oh yeah, so like apparently Pete Davidson, he was like the guy that I guess got with like Ariana Grande, which Ariana Grande is she looks emaciated now, like completely like she needs a meal, dude. But yeah, dude, like I guess Pete Davidson, he had a pretty good roster of people. But yeah, it was just kind of crazy how women, they categorized him as like ugly hot, and he's like, he's so ugly, he's actually he's I guess unique enough. And that really baffled my mind. But you know, just thinking about how, you know, I guess how logic works with women. That's they go for something that's unique rather than what's conventionally attractive.
Argue about whether a guy is attractive or not. The guy in question is nearly always just some mid to high tier normie, and he'll usually have some niche quality about him that sets him apart from other plain basic normies. This might be curly hair, a slightly geeky appearance, or a gym obsession. And maybe I'll elaborate on this point about niche markets in a future video, because I myself have red hair. So I've actually found to be at the centre of these debates of attractiveness.
I like how he got like a clip art, oh not clip art, but you know, like a photograph. He's like, this is not me, but this is what I would be.
Groups of girls have. Anyway, going back to the main point. This normie treatment contrasts the other two tiers, because for any guy who is a Chad, there is no argument to be made. The consensus among any group of girls will be unanimous, in which they all agree the Chad is highly attractive.
Now, I don't think there's one guy for all women. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Who's a good example? I mean, I guess a lot of people think Brad Pitt is like unanimously like a Chad. I don't know, man. I think there's probably some people that don't think Brad Pitt is a Chad, but I mean, I guess you could say if you were to go with the majority, I would probably say, yeah, not unanimous. I would probably say the majority, because I don't think it's possible to meet everybody's standard, because everybody has a different standard.
Actually, you might get one bitter girl who starts coping and deludes herself into thinking she doesn't like him, but in reality, we all know she'll only say this because she knows herself the guy is well out of her reach. Meanwhile, for the guy on the opposite end, the sub 5, again, all the girls will be in agreement. They will all collectively agree that he's creepy and undateable. Once more, no arguments to be made. Therefore, the unique situation of differing opinions only occurs for the guys in the middle. They are in the most flexible zone in terms of their perceived attractiveness. There's significantly more.
Extra Charles. Beach Davidson's chest with tattoos looked like a toilet door at a train station. Bro, it looked like a mixture of like prison tats and yeah, bathroom stall, bro. It was bad. Like, he's one of those guys that just walks into a tattoo shop and he's just like, yeah, man, I'll take that. Or just like closes his eyes, opens up the tattoo book and just like does one of these things and just like puts his finger down. He's like, all right, I'm getting that today. Just, you know, living life to its fullest, man. Not really caring. It's just, you only got one life, man. YOLO.
More subjectivity at play for the guys in the middle than either of the guys at the very top or bottom. Some girls will find a given normie date-worthy, other girls won't. And for this reason, this is exactly why I see so many normies out there that are completely clueless about where they actually stand and their true attractiveness. Half the time they get blinded by their own confirmation bias that because one or two girls over the course of a year has found them attractive, they then delude themselves into thinking they're an alpha male. Meanwhile, the other half of the time they realise at best they get 2 to 3 matches a week on Tinder, none of whom even respond to his opening message. And
yeah, see, I guess the fact that I've never done online dating, I've never dealt with the harsh reality of not getting a match, and hopefully for the rest of my life I never have to do online dating, man, because probably times will have changed again from today, what they are today, to something completely different, and there's just no catching up. I'm just way too out of touch.
Then the guy concludes he's unattractive, when in reality, in simple words as possible, it should be obvious you're a normie if few women, very few women, say 2 to 5%, find you attractive enough to consider dating. So for me, I know I'm a normie. I've never tried to deny it or say otherwise. I know most girls won't date me. They just don't find me that attractive. But I also know there will always be a small minority of girls out there who finds me attractive. And in my experience, whenever I focused on those girls, the process has always been so smooth, so easy, no headaches, and I've almost never found myself in a position where I'm having to read signals or overanalyze texts.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you see a girl that's like an 8, 9, or 10 or whatever. Yeah, you may shoot your shot at her, you know, and, you know, just to see if there's a shot. I mean, I guess it would be easier to go with someone that you would think is like, that likes you. Sure, I mean, it is the path of least resistance, you know, but I think we all want, you know, we all want the best for ourselves, and you know, whether that manifests itself by aiming high or shooting out of our league. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you never know what a girl is truly feeling unless you actually like voice it out there, and it's better to know than to live in regret. So
anyway, if you like this video, be sure to check out part 1 and check out my Fiverr page where I offer face ratings. Links to both will be in the description.
Yeah, so shout out to Wheat Waffles, man. Like, I had no idea.
How many slices are left?
Hold on, let me back it up. I think there is one last video that I want to show to you guys that I'm going to, yeah, this one. It's actually the one that's playing right now. This one's by Papa Gut, and it's a little bit of an older video, but it's called Fresh and Fit Hate Each Other. I'm not going to tell you guys why I want to show you this video, but I'm going to let you guys find out. So this is going to be the last one. We're going to close it out on this one.
All right. 3, 2.
Oh, real quick for background, if you guys don't know who Papa Gut is, I would say he's very similar to Destiny in terms of his YouTube approach. He's always playing a video game, and commentating on like videos and stuff, whether it's like Fresh and Fit or whatever. But he also does some like political commentary as well. But yeah, this one in particular, he actually did a video on me too, which was another one. I guess I should probably show you guys that one. I don't know. Cabo says, Wheat Waffles has some good content. You know, I that was the first video I'd ever seen of Wheat Waffles. I had heard of Wheat Waffles maybe from somebody else. I'm thinking maybe from like, I don't know. It was one of the Red Pill content creators. I don't know exactly who it was, but yeah. But yeah, so as far as Papa Gut though, he did a video on my call-in, which I don't know if you guys want to see that or not. You guys have probably already seen it already. But yeah, this video in particular, I wanted to watch because I know he was talking about how he's kind of highlighted, you know, just how, you know, Fresh and Fit, they're kind of really, there's a big wedge in between them. And even though, you know, they do come together on After Hours, you know, they're a lot further apart than they've ever been.
Can you repeat?
It's so funny because Myron is obviously the bad guy. He's the insane, unhinged, crybaby conspiracy theorist, emotional baby that yells all the time. But then the second Walter talks, I go, yeah, I get it. Myron is causing the show to hit a steep downward spiral. He's the one that's getting them constantly demonetized. He's the one that's, you know, crying, moaning, getting people sick of his show because it's just a victim complex. And I think a lot of people see that now. But Myron's also the one who built it. Walter's always just been sitting there doing nothing. Let Myron burn it to the ground. It's really his baby. What would Walter do? Oh, he did behind the scenes work.
I mean, Papa Gut, he kind of just echoes everything, I think. I think that's probably why I even like discovered his channel, not only because he like did a video on my call-in, but he also he shares a very similar type mindset about the whole Fresh and Fit podcast. So it's I don't know. I think it's pretty funny. It's pretty entertaining.
Get up and leave.
Yeah, get out of here.
Get up and leave.
Get up and leave, guys. Come on.
This isn't up for discussion.
I'm surprised Myron's not trying to like grab him and get them out. The only time he actually wants to touch women is when he tries to fight them. All right, guys. Back again with a little more Fresh and Fit. It's like a gift from Santa Claus. More Fresh and Fit content to have a little fun too. Apparently the two of them are in a bit of a lover's quarrel. Myron is just kind of going insane, wanting to just be obnoxious, and then Walter is kind of normal, but it's still kind of ineffective, right? Like he just sits there and talks, but not really talks. He just sits there and looks ugly. I don't really understand that. I don't understand why Myron is so in love with Walter. Maybe it's one of those things where it's just the only person that's willing to tolerate him. But that seems to be going down.
Papa Gut is he believes that Fresh and Fit are gay for each other, and for the cameras they present themselves as red pill gurus, dating experts, but behind closed doors he believes that they have a very deep relationship.
So I'm curious. Let's watch this. From Too Lazy to Try. Wannabe alpha males are losing their minds. They are alpha males, okay, dude? Shut the frick up.
All right, so Fresh and Fit just continue to get more out of control by the day, and you tell the...
We call them Myron and Walter. Myron is the pelican nose. Walter is the Geodude face, okay? Just so you get...
The Geodude. Like when he said it, I couldn't unsee it. Let's pull it up real quick. I'm not even a Pokemon guy, but I know who Geodude is, and when he said that, I had like the exact look of yeah, that's definitely Walter. I don't know the other one, but like just looking at this. Oh, hold on. I could see it. I could totally see it. But yeah, I thought that was great. Did I just freaking? I did. I just did that. Let me make sure I did. Okay, yeah. Go back. The Geodude face. I thought that was funny.
You guys know.
These two are definitely getting sick of each other. They make it so obvious.
Well, yeah, it's because Myron's like just constantly blaming everything on the Jews. He's just like, the Jews are doing all these terrible blah 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 blah.
It's all their
He's got a
fault.
victim complex. That's really what it boils down to. He's got a victim complex, and he needs to blame somebody for his failures, and that's pretty much it.
I mean, now sometimes on the show, Myron will just completely ignore Walter. It's so embarrassing. Like, Walter will try to chime
Well, I mean, beforehand, Walter wouldn't even talk. So it's almost like the same, you know?
in and ask a question or say something, and Myron just acts like he doesn't even hear him.
When I hear Papa Gut, I just feel like I'm listening to myself because everything that he says, I'm just like, it's absolutely true, man.
And he tries to move on. It's brutal. Like, Myron, if he could, he'd probably just mute Walter's mic and let him talk to himself.
Oh, someone.
I mean, that's how their dynamic started, no?
Alex, where's Freshman's kid? All right. I think it's time to.
Yeah, MJ came in first, and then
I think it's time to
Ariana
draw
came second.
my kid. The picture.
You had 13 correct answers.
You guys want to see it? My kid? I'll show you my kid.
I mean, what is he even talking about? It sounds like there's two audios overlaid on this. What is he even yapping about?
Or no, she had 12.
I won.
So she won.
Congratulations.
Okay, they don't want to see my kid?
Yes.
Damn,
I've been
alright.
doing a lot of work, so I
Why does he keep talking about it? He has a kid? This is news to me. I mean, it's embarrassing to have a kid and be red pill. Thanks for $5 from
Honestly, I think in this clip, I think Walter was talking about the dog. Yeah, but it was just one of those like setups to a very unfunny joke.
Bronzo D Robin Lover. I hope we get to see more pictures of Myron cuddling with other men. Yeah, me too, man. I really hope we get to see that too. It makes me very, very aroused.
would hope some of the
Very.
It's the one part that I don't agree with. That you'll never hear me say. Like, I mean, that's the difference between me and Papa Gut. Papa Gut can say this sus stuff, and it's very, very funny. I won't even try to be funny like that.
Aroused.
the information sticks in my head. Oh.
All right.
Aw.
How many slices are left?
Can you repeat?
All right. 3, 2, throw them up.
Can you repeat?
Can you repeat what? These don't even seem like reasonable questions. It's so funny because Myron is obviously the bad guy. He's the insane, unhinged, crybaby conspiracy theorist, emotional baby that yells all the time. But then the second Walter talks, I go, yeah, I get it. I understand why he's ignoring him. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell is he even talking about?
Good. Nice. Okay.
What's the question again?
Does that 5? I could barely see that.
-3.
Dude, he's legit ignoring him.
I was just making sure. I had to write it out for my.
What's funny is that like everybody is ignoring him, so it's kind of crazy. Like I really wonder if the audio on Fresh's mic was completely muted, so that they could only hear. Like those headphones are really good; they're like noise canceling good, so like you couldn't hear somebody talking if their mic was not plugged in. Maybe his mic got unplugged underneath the table. Maybe Big Mo hit a switch or something by accident, but yeah, I just think that, or this is blatant. This is blatant ignoring. I mean, if it is, it's diabolical because everybody's in on it.
Pizza.
Yeah.
8 slices and
then,
3.
let's see if we get that.
I mean, I used to.
Also, what are they doing right now? They're talking about slices of pizza on the Fresh and Fit podcast. What's the segment?
So I knew.
He's trying to test the intelligence of the women. It's like the 3 countries thing got a little old, so that's why they asked about the slices of pizzas or whatever. So that's why that happened.
Where'd you work at?
Yeah, so I think Myron just tries to tune him out most of the time now. Like, he doesn't care what Walter thinks anymore. Because
He really never did. Walter never talked.
he also knows that Walter hates.
It was better back then when Walter didn't say anything because at least, Myron could get off his points and without any interruptions.
When he rants about the Jews, he's
Oh yeah, it's fucking crazy.
made it clear a bunch of times during the show that he wishes Myron would slow down with the Jew talk. But Myron never seems to listen, which makes
The Jew talk. It's just a funny phrase. Thank you for 5,000 man terrors. We already did the bolting to butting. Okay, meme this stream. All right, guys. One per stream.
It's so funny because whenever he starts ranting, you can see Walter be like, "Oh no, here we go again." Like recently, right after one of Myron's rants, Walter had to be like, "Listen, I love the Jews. I love everyone. I don't hate anybody."
Thanks, Walter.
You know, because Walter's more nervous about losing money and opportunities, which apparently they've already lost plenty of. But Myron, he just doesn't seem to care. He's going to say whatever he wants.
Well, here's my thing. Myron is causing the show to hit a steep downward spiral. He's the one that's getting them constantly demonetized. He's the one that's, crying, bitching, and moaning, getting people sick of his show because it's just a victim complex. And I think a lot of people see that now. But Myron's also the one who built it. Walter's always just been sitting there doing nothing. So, honestly, let Myron burn it to the ground. It's really his baby. What would Walter do? Oh, he did behind the scenes work. Bro, somebody wrote a book on the contributions of Walter. Okay, it's 3 pages. All right. The first page is like the what is it called? The intro. It's like the first page is like the fucking almanac or whatever it's called. The second page is the actual book, and the third page is like the credits. So let him do what he wants. Fuck it, dude.
But even Rumble,
I love getting a reference like that.
Platform where they post their more controversial content, that's starting to become more strict. They're cracking down on it a little bit because obviously
they want to be a little bit more mainstream and realize that they have to crack down a little.
With people like Myron saying this stuff on there, it makes it more difficult to get advertisers, which is funny because also the people who...
But that's what they asked for. Like they basically asked for those types of people. They decided to be the streaming platform that's for, pretty much the rejects of society. So it's interesting that
why does Rumble pay their creators so much less than YouTube? I love the fact that they support free speech, but it's hard to push people to watch my videos when YouTube pays 7 to 8 times more. That's by Jake Shields. Yeah, man, you're getting paid pennies on the dollar on Rumble, and yeah, man. If you ever end up there, because that's your only platform, dude, that's when you know that you made it on the the Fumble Rumble Reject Squad. Cook Benny says, Too Lazy to Try sounds like Diesel Patches. I don't know who Diesel Patches is, man. That's another person I might have to look up.
That they're trying to be more mainstream palatable now.
Make it more difficult.
Yeah, is it the Index, dude? You know what I'm saying. What is it? Almanac? Who knows?
Advertisers will complain about how Rumble doesn't pay it.
It's not an index, dude. It's a table of contents. But we knew what you meant when you said almanac.
Enough. And there's really no winning with that platform because people will complain about that. But then when Rumble tries to make more money and be more advertiser friendly and strict with their rules so people can get paid more, people will still complain that it's not pro free speech anymore. But I'm glad that platform exists because content like this is just so funny.
It is. I mean, like, listen, follow the fucking rules, man. Anybody can.
That's literally what I've been saying, dude. It's like you can't get mad at anybody else but yourself. The fact that you knew what the terms of service were and you still broke it, it's like that's kind of your fault. You wanted to make so much money that you're like, look, I don't need this platform. I can just say whatever I want, and come what may in terms of consequences. I'm gonna say what I want to say because I don't want to be held back by censoring myself. And then he's realizing, oh shit, like I really blew up the whole spot having that mindset. Maybe no, I don't have regrets. I feel good about what I did.
And anybody on any platform. You can be anybody on any platform, and you can communicate pretty much any message that you want for the most part. You just have to know what you can and can't say, and then do what Daily Wire does: have your own private, have your own website to say the crazy shit, and just follow the rules. I don't know what to tell you.
These two who completely disagree on this having to deal with each other is amazing.
Every issue, every ailment in society, you could tie it back to fucking feminism.
Whoa.
Every single one.
Like what? Not just to be clear. What's the most powerful country in the world? Oh, America. What's the most feminist country in the world? America. What country doesn't shame you for wanting a big titty, thick BBW goth black girl to sit on your face and peg you? Kind of America. I, of course, don't want that. But feminism, pretty based. Am I right? Pretty based.
Feminism.
Feminism.
Who pushed feminism? The fucking Jews.
Dang. It always goes back to them, man, doesn't it? And you know, look at Walter's face. Walter is just like, oh my god, I can't believe he's bringing it all back, and now he's gotta find a way out of it. You know, Walter himself, he's like, I gotta say something.
What? The Jews. Have you ever met like a very religious Jewish person? You realize that the very religious Jewish people, they're the same as very religious any other people. The fucking Jews.
Gloria Steinem, etc.
Wow.
Who puts homosexuality? The Jews. See, these are the conversations they don't want you to hear.
I can hear it. It's just stupid. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I mean, Myron's gay. Myron is gay. Myron's the gayest person I've ever seen. Myron is a gay guy. And it's okay to be gay, but Myron is gay. Like, he's cuddling with men in pictures. Oh, that's just what we used to do. He's talking about how eating...
The only reason why he was cuddling with those guys in the pictures is because he played sports at a high level, okay? The fact that, you know, that's just what it is, okay? Boys being boys.
Girls out is disgusting. He's talking about how vagina is disgusting. He's talking about how it's not necessary to satisfy a woman.
To be specific, female vaginas are disgusting. That's what he said. And that's another t-shirt idea. You know, I want to have that on the front of the t-shirt, or maybe in a different version. Like, I haven't eaten box since May of 2013. And then on the back, say fresh and fit.
He's talking about how you shouldn't have female friends. That's gay. That is the gayest thing in the entire world. Myron is gay. So I think Myron is just trying to blame somebody for his gay urges that he's not allowed to have because of whatever culture he grew up in didn't allow you to be gay. But the dude's gay. Like, he is incredibly gay, and there's nothing wrong with that, according to everybody else. But to him, it's horrible. It's the most miserable thing, even though he loves dick. Like, obviously, white dick. He loves white dick. Myron loves white cock. That's really what it boils down to.
Hey, he's got a preference, all right? He's got a type.
Who started feminism? All the isms: communism, feminism, Marxism,
feminism,
socialism. Who always starts it? The dreidel spinners.
The dreidel spinners.
So anyway,
I feel like we're at a point now where we should just realize that, like, there's no reason to even be offended by this. You know what I mean? It's just so stupid. It's funny, you know?
Continue on.
I just want to say I love all my Jew friends. I love Jews. I love everybody. And I don't hate nobody.
Okay.
Yeah, so these two are just so over each other, which
I love it. Thank you so much, Walter. Walter, thank you for supporting me.
makes the show way more entertaining, you know, because Myron, he just wants to rant about the Jews the whole time.
Myron's a fucking baby with a victim complex. He causes all of his own problems. He gets himself demonetized. He can't get like a boyfriend. He can't do anything, and he blames all of his fucking problems on the Jews. That's literally his whole thing. Myron is a crybaby little bitch.
But Walter hates that, and Walter, he just wants to flirt with drunk 304s the whole show, and Myron hates that.
Why? Isn't that what the whole show's about? Pulling on a bunch of OnlyFans girls and then flirting with them and then berating them, you know? For Walter, that's a great game. They have those people on there. Myron just berates them, and then Walter will be like, hey, I'm a nice guy. I'm a cool guy. I'm a
yeah. In contrast, like, he plays the good cop to Myron's bad cop, and you know, maybe after a couple drinks, maybe the girls they're like, yeah, I mean, he's a lot better than that other guy, and he's the lesser of the two evils. I mean, yeah, I mean, and they need the alcohol because yeah, you got the lights turned up, and you see that face, and it's like, oh god, it's crazy.
Handsome guy, he's not, but comparatively, kind of is.
I mean, it seems like almost every episode at this point where they invite on girls, Myron ends up kicking some of them off, and usually a fight breaks out.
And yeah, because he's spiraling. That's the only. It's just going to continue to escalate. That's the only thing that gets him views is when he puts that kind of stuff on Twitter. So he's going to continue to set up scenarios like that. That's why, like, I didn't even know this. That's why they're doing more and more of like the shadow casting. You know, these people don't even know that they're going on to Fresh and Fit anymore. They have people recruit them that they think they're going to like fucking Dr. Phil or something. They don't even know what's going on. That's literally it. And they get all these girls on there, and the girls are already there at that point. And they're like, what the fuck is this? And they get fucking, bamboozled. And then Myron starts a fight with them because none of these girls are prepped to go on there. So they're like, what is this? This is stupid. And then Myron's like, did you know women are bad? And they're like, oh, I don't think so. And he's like, yeah, they are. Yes, they are. I have dreams about how yucky their vaginas are. Thanks for $5 from Willow Amnesty. Thanks for pushing feminism. Your contribution as a bisexual 6'4" LGBTQ Jewish person are appreciated endlessly. Thank you. Oh, appreciate that. Thanks. Thanks for $2 from Gelato GG. Myron and Walter just need a kiss already. I don't know if they like a kiss anymore, man. I think that might be it for them.
Walter loves it. He's having the time of his life, but Myron looks like he's rethinking his life. Because they basically,
I think Walter's just on his way out.
Basically, just bring on the trashiest girls they can find and give them alcohol, and then see how long Myron can put up with them until he loses it and kicks him off. And it usually doesn't take very long because they find the most insufferable girls. I mean, recently they had on these two who are just known for sleeping with NBA and NFL players. Like that's their claim to
The Selena Powell episode. Yeah, I remember this one.
fame. That's their greatest achievement in life.
I mean, better achievement than fresh and fit.
And one of them was all excited because she finally secured the bag. She got
good for
knocked
her.
up by an NFL player. So these girls are just terrible.
Good for her, man. But you expect me to feel bad for the NFL player that knows he's fucking some prostitute. Yeah, I found love in the in the middle of the club. This girl was so easy. She must be in love with me. You know what she's doing. Stop, knock it off.
But Myron keeps inviting him on.
That's why it's so important to have discernment. It's like you see a girl, you get her easily, whatever, and you're like, dude, if it wasn't me, it would have been somebody else, man. You have to have that type of awareness that, anything that comes easy goes easily as well.
It's like he enjoys torturing himself.
No, dude, it's because all his audience. See, this is the thing. When you hear about some girl that's like going around trying to fuck a bunch of NFL players, trying to get pregnant, you go, oh, she's a degenerate loser, and you just disengage from her. Red pill guys, that's their entire thing. That's their entire thing. They want all women to be like that, and they pretend all women are like that because they can't get girls. People who watch red pill content, they can't get women. If an ugly guy like me can get women, you can too. But they can't get girls, so they need an excuse. So the excuse is like, oh, all girls are just after your money and you're this and you're that. It's like, bro, you're broke. Most of you motherfuckers are broke.
Wait, so was that? I guess that was a shot. That was a shot at Villatube because Villatube loves red pill content. So, oh no, he can't get women.
Watch red pill content. No girls after your money, bro. You're fucking broke as shit. That's what it comes down to. Part of the reason you're broke is because you're paying a bunch of money for OnlyFans girls that you see on Fresh and Fit, and then you have no fucking money left for anything.
I mean, he just seems miserable whenever they have girls on, but Walter, he really enjoys those episodes because, he's just looking to get laid. And obviously the girls know that. So when Myron gets really annoyed with them and tries to kick him off, they start flirting with Walter to try to stay on.
Walter.
But it doesn't work, and eventually
Flirt with me, Walter.
Fight breaks out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just go. Just go, guys. Yeah. Just go. Just go. It's really hurting the quality of the show. They don't want y'all here anymore. Just head out, guys.
Fresh.
You did it yourself, bro.
Freshie. First of all, I have a microphone in my hand that very much so works, Fresh.
It does not work anymore.
Girls, come on, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, guys, come on.
My friend has a
I
microphone.
remember this. I remember this kick out being like a good 12 minutes, and this was hot after the black girl that had the yellow hair, and I think she had red glasses. I can't remember, but I remember that. Yeah, Myron like completely got unhinged, like got all up in her face, whatever, all the way to the elevator, and then this show happened afterwards. And Myron completely he was telling him to get out, but he didn't have that same energy for Selena Powell or her friend. He was just like completely like, come on guys, I told you to leave. I told you. Come on guys. Why are you still here? It's just like, dude, you completely changed, man.
It sounds like they got those girls like really drunk and now they're acting obnoxious, and it's like, who would have expected that?
You guys really want us to go?
Yeah. Yeah, come on, let's go.
What the hell?
Let's go. Come on. Chat voted.
Chat wants it, so.
Yeah. Get up and leave.
Yeah, get out of here.
Get up and leave.
Get up and leave, guys. Come on.
This isn't up for discussion.
I'm surprised Myron's not trying to grab him and get them out. The only time he actually wants to touch women is when he tries to fight them. So I'm not surprised.
Not talking about this.
You have no discussion.
Get up and leave.
You have no discussion. You're just fucking angry and in your feelings because you're triggered.
How's he angry?
Question, say yes or no.
I said yes.
Oh, since
I
when-
said yes.
since when the fuck do we gotta listen to you?
What? Since when the fuck do we gotta listen to you?
You got that shit with me.
This is so childish.
Oh, hell no.
Got the chills. I got the chills from how childish this is.
Don't fight her. I'm fighting nobody. Melissa, take her to the girls' room.
Let's go.
Yo, you can't make this shit up, bro.
Yeah, let's just make this shit peaceful, guys. Just walk out.
Don't do that.
Hold my. Be respectful, y'all. Like, I'm trying to hear.
So annoying.
Yo, our homegirl will whoop her ass. So like, can we go check that's better as fuck.
No, we separated them.
Oh,
Yeah.
you like
We separated them.
We did it, guys. We separated them. We did everything we needed to do.
We separated
Okay.
Kind of the girl side. Yeah, I'm on the girl side too. I mean, she's being disrespectful, but Myron doesn't deserve respect, so it's funny.
We've done this before.
And that's probably exactly what happens. Myron he just cries every fucking episode. He has a meltdown. He has a crybaby meltdown. He cries like a little baby, and then he kicks the girls off because they say basic points that fucking destroy anything that he has to say.
But when you look at the whole situation as a whole, okay, so Myron recruits all of well, he doesn't recruit. He doesn't do the recruiting, but he has these girls on. He gives them alcohol. He presses them with questions and stuff. He can obviously outmaneuver these girls because he's not the one drinking, whatever, but he is getting emotional. And, the women there, they didn't sign up for this. They didn't know that this was going to happen the way it did, the way it was going to happen. And yeah, they're completely like caught off guard. And, some of them will stand up to Myron because they don't understand like what this show is. And then, yeah, Myron eventually just gets them kicked off the show. And it's like, it was entertainment, I guess. It's what people expect from the show now. It's not the type of show it was a couple years ago where Myron was he actually had some solid views and everything, and he didn't let his emotions get out of hand. I mean, yeah, there were still kickouts and everything like that, but he was still a little bit more controlled with his message. Whereas, now that he's demonetized, dude, he's completely unhinged, and it's just there's for him to make certain claims women only want you for your money, or you shouldn't move in with your girlfriend, or you shouldn't move in with your wife or whatever. It's just it's all controversial points, but it's all by design,
Fortunately.
And this pretty much happens every day at this point. It's funny because Myron's always talking about how much he hates girls like this and how he's sick of them, and it sounds like he's just done putting up with them. But literally the next day, basically the same thing happens. Somehow they found a girl even more annoying than these two.
What
I feel like you ball.
Can you be quiet while I read this, please?
I feel like you ball.
Can you stop? Can you stop talking while I read this?
No.
Yo, get the fuck.
It's so funny.
Yo, bro. Get your tea and crumpet ass out of here. Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
Oh, get your tea and crumpet ass out here. Go.
Out of here. No, you're done. You're fucking done.
Get out of
Out
here.
of here.
No.
I'm a man, guys. Get out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Get out of here, dude.
Get out of here, bro.
So I don't think they'll ever stop inviting these girls on.
No,
I mean,
it's the last people that actually were willing to go on anymore.
get some views, and I think Myron just likes yelling at him. And also, I'm sure Walter loves these episodes the most because he can try to get laid, and this
Hey,
isn't as
give me girl.
controversial. Myron's not ranting about the Jews the whole time. I'm sure Walter's just looking for anything to distract him from that and not get him in any more trouble. Walter would much rather have him going on rants about 304s than rants like this.
That's what they used to do, guys. Back in the
And now, since Walter has his own show, The Fresh Start, I haven't heard anything else about it. I don't even know if he's been doing any videos or anything like that, because I don't follow him. But yeah, I'm wondering if he realized that was a good move, if people really tuned into him or not. I'm actually kind of curious. We're not even going to view a video. I just want to glance and see a fresh start, and let's see if he made any progress in his whole thing here. Okay, so he did a oh, look, and he has Myron on his show with Coach Greg Adams. Okay, Mexican workers. Let's just check this out real quick. I'm not gonna watch anything here. So, okay, so he did a heated debate, online game versus in-person, cold approach. Casey Redbeard versus... Okay, so this was a month ago. This is 13 days ago. This is 3 hours ago. Why dating will never be the same, featuring Coach Greg Adams. Okay. So, it looks like he's still making content, but it looks like he had to bring Myron on, because he can't do a show with... he can't host it by himself, dude. There's just no way. It's not possible. Let me go back. Let me make sure that was the last thing I had for you guys, because I want to make sure. Let's see. There is a 10-second video of Myron talking to girls. I want you guys to just observe his stance and the way that he's standing, and tell me that it's not zesty. Just give me take a look at this. It looks like he's holding his phone, I guess trying to record her or something. But look, he doesn't say anything for a minute. Hold on, let me just go back. Look at this. The hand comes down, and it's almost like he's flexing his arm, you know, to like, I guess, let's check it out. What the fuck was that? Oh man, I remember saying that. I was like, yeah, because I honestly I wanted the show to be not just talking about not moving in with your girl, but just the whole aspect that Myron is getting zestier and zestier by the moment, and you know it's getting to the point where you know more people are calling it out. And it's just, it's very, very funny to me, man. It's very funny. It's inescapable. So, yeah, she only knows about the picture of him in the bed, but what about him at the concert where he was standing behind Mr. Eric and he was kissing him on the cheek, and then there's another picture of Eric kissing him on the cheek, and there's another picture of him leaning in the back with a booth in Eric's lap with his arm around him, and getting a shave by Eric. Yeah, there's a lot, man. There's a lot of pictures out. If you guys were to go off of that story that he just said, you got the picture of Myron laying in bed with a guy with his head on his chest, and then there's another guy that's in the bed next to him. So I don't know. I don't know if he's like a light sleeper or a heavy sleeper, but I don't think that's a good enough. That's not a good enough story, man. I love a woman. He says he can't have love for a woman. He can't be in love with a woman. He said he can have love for a woman, but he can't be in love with a woman because that will take away his power for some reason. Which is another reason why he can't live with him. Myron is that he has like an unrealistic expectation in how he's going to like control the relationship dynamics. And the women that are going to be, I guess, available to him to be a part of that, they have to have a severe low amount of self-esteem in order to like want to, I guess, put up with that on a daily basis. It's like, yeah, you have to really have like no self-value. You know, you're like, you just think that like the fact that Myron is even like giving you any type of attention, like that is like your highest, I guess, feeling or something. And yeah, it's like, I don't think, I just don't think any like self-respecting woman would want to like subject themselves to something like that. Sonic Mindscape says, all right, I'm back. Where'd you go, man? I didn't even know you were gone. not cursing you out or anything like that, but just, you know, glad you're back, bro. We're actually kind of winding down. This was like, this was a good stream. I wanted to really just, I don't think I got through any of my like points that I wrote down, but in terms of like the pros of like living with your woman, I wrote this down that you create a stronger bond, which, you know, you'll have more time together, you know, and you'll have like you'll have more memories together, more just, you know, moments and stuff. to basically deepen your emotional connection. Shared expenses, rent, utilities, groceries can be split, making, living costs more manageable. These are all the pros for living with your girl. I'm going to go through all of the cons too. You get more quality time, no need to schedule dates or to worry about long distance issues, whatever. If you're living together, you're going to see each other. Improved communication, living together requires open conversations about responsibilities, boundaries, and expectations. I think the biggest aspect of a relationship, a successful one, is being able to compromise, communicate and stuff. And I think it's like, if you don't have that because there's like so much distance between you two, and you see each other only in small doses, maybe there's a lot less fighting because you're just trying to just hold on to what small time that you have together. Sonic says, what, lol? I had messaged earlier that I would be back, lol. A friend came over to visit. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can. Dude, that was so long ago. We're like 4 hours and 30 minutes into the stream, man. I mean, that was a while ago. Oh yeah, you missed the whole aspect of what's called Sub 5, Normie, and Chad. You missed that whole segment, Sonic. That would have been a good one. I don't know. I guess you can go back and watch, and you can let us know what you think. Continuing on, let's see, household efficiency. You can divide chores, making home life more balanced, which, a man, just from my own speaking, my own experience, like I'm responsible for taking out the trash. My wife is responsible for doing the laundry. We both kind of keep rooms clean, as far as keeping the bathroom clean and keeping the common areas, the living room and stuff like that. If I mess up the kitchen, I clean it up. If she messes up the kitchen, she cleans it up. So, but yeah, emotional support, you have a partner to share daily ups and downs, dude. Like it's like when my wife, when she was going through, the death of her mother and stuff, like I think that was a moment that really brought us closer together. And I'm so glad that I was there for her for that. And, she's been there with me whenever, bad things happen. And, it's like, sheesh. I mean, just for an example off the top of my head, I've had, I think maybe like 2 or 3 cars that we've been through, just through like car crashes and stuff. And like it's always like very, very stressful for me, like the first day when it happens, because I'm just like, I hate the fact of having to like shop for a new car, not a new car, but like having to go through the process of getting another car. And she's always been there to just kind of like keep me centered. And she's always the one to just kind of be like, yeah, don't worry, we're gonna get through it, and she's a very good wife for that, just being able to be there for emotional support. So now the cons of living together: loss of personal space, alone time becomes limited, which can sometimes feel overwhelming. I don't necessarily feel this, but I just know that it is a thing amongst couples. Because of my work schedule and her work schedule, we kind of switch off our time with the kids and stuff. She'll work mornings, I'll work nights. And then, when I get off late from work and stuff, everybody's always asleep. So, if I want to take this time to do a close to 5-hour live stream, I can do it, but I also work probably about 60 to 80 hours between 2 jobs. So I have that time apart from her. So then when I do see her, or if I have a day off, which is very, very rare when it happens, but when it does, we make the most of it. So increased conflict. Differences in habits, cleanliness, and routines can cause tension. Sometimes, having 2 children and stuff, the house is going to get a little bit dirtier, a little bit easier and stuff, because kids don't always put things back. And it can be quite of a heavy load for just her. So, and sometimes when I'm working, sometimes I come home and all I want to do is just go straight to sleep. or get something to eat and then go straight to sleep. And, you know, she'll say, oh, you know, is there some way you can help me in the house, whatever. And I'll typically do it, you know, but I just don't want to have her feel like everything is on her all the time. So, I mean, that's just coming to a compromise. Let me see. I think there was one more thing here. Living together, traditional family setup. The pros of this is a stronger family bond. You know, daily interactions help build emotional connections and stability for kids. You know, like this whole thing, like, oh, you know, you're gonna put your wife and kids in a separate house and you'll see them like twice a week or something. That's not stable for a child that's growing up and trying to find their way out in the world and everything. You know, a unified home, it provides like a sense of security, and, you know, you being there, showing up, shows consistency. So that's just what I believe. Better communications, you know, issues can be addressed in real time instead of over like phone call or like, you know, visits and stuff like that. You know, like you can actually deal with your problems head on from the very beginning all the way, and you see it through all the way to the end. Some of the cons for living separately, you know, there's potential for more conflict. Living together means dealing with disagreements and daily stresses more directly, whereas if, say, she's having a bad day, you know, say something happened with her work or something happened with the kids or something happened in school with the kids, whatever, and I'm not there to deal with that, you know, with her, and she has to go through that alone. That can be really tough for somebody. What would I say? So the cons of living separately, you have a weaker emotional connection, whereas like Fresh and Fit will say, you know, absent makes the heart grow fonder. I think limited face-to-face interactions can lead to emotional distance, you know, which means that there could be conflict that happens that because you guys weren't there to resolve it, it drives a further wedge between you two. Financial strain, maintaining two households can be very costly. That's pretty much in any major city that you're in. I'm pretty sure it's probably just as bad in a flyover state as well, depending on, you know, cost of living and everything. Challenges in parenting, you know, the problem if you don't live with your wife is that co-parenting from a separate home can be complex. It requires like extra effort and coordination. Like, hey, I'm going to need you to come by this time, whatever, because I have to pick up an extra shift because so-and-so happened, you know, or like I got to cover this bill because I don't know, maybe the kids left the light on or the Xbox on for like 3 weeks or something like that. And the power bill's crazy. But yeah, it's just like, you're paying more to live separately, which doesn't make sense to me. And then the final thing I said was social perception. You know, some cultures and communities may frown upon a family that's not living under one roof, not one unified roof. People will automatically think that there's problems there when maybe there isn't. But that's pretty much what I wanted to say is like, I fundamentally disagree with Fresh and Fit in terms of you should live separately from your wife and kids. If you have a girlfriend and you guys are, you know, still in the beginning stages of relationship, yeah, it makes sense that, you know, you're going to have your place to go to. She's going to have her place to go to. If the dynamic is that, you know, maybe she lives at her parents' house and then she comes and sees you and stuff like that, that's fine. And then maybe, you know, if you guys have been together for a while and maybe you want to take it to, you know, another level, I think naturally that's what's going to happen over time anyway. You know, I think hopefully you guys are dating with the intention of creating a legacy, building a family, having children and stuff like that. But if that's not in your goals, then yeah, maybe living separately is probably the game plan for you. But you got to make a lot of money if the situation is like maybe she doesn't have her parents to lean on, and you know she still wants to be with you and you want to be with her. So I don't know. Do you have the extra disposable income to put her in another place, or are you just like, no, we're not doing that? There's a lot of there's a lot of caveats there that it just doesn't make sense to me in terms of what Fresh and Fit proposed there. But yeah, I'm really curious to what you guys think. You know, do you think you should live separately from your significant other, or is this all just really, really dumb? And should it just be like, you know, should you just vet the person for a specific amount of time and then, you know, just take it, you know, make sure you have similar goals and all that stuff. And then if all the goals line up and you want to start the family, then, you know, you take that risk, you know, but you don't go in there with this like fear-based mentality that like, oh, you know, if she moves in with me, man, she's going to make me soft or she's going to make me give up all my friends, or I'm going to like put all my goals to the side and get fat and all this stuff like that. It's like, no, dude, you're in 100% control of your life to live the life that, you know, you want to live. So if you have goals, you need to communicate those goals to your wife. And if she's a good woman, man, she's going to support you. So that's all I got. It's been a great stream, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. I know this one was probably a little bit, I don't know. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I wanted to talk about this because I know Hank had suggested this video to me a while back, but I was like, no, I got to do the, I wanted to do the other one first, and then I wanted to circle back to this one. The Kevin Samuels one, I felt like, you know, I had a lot to say about this one, but I think this one is just kind of like this is like a no duh argument, you know, like this is just for, I don't even think that this conversation that Myron is having, like living separately from your girl, I don't even think it's coming from a place of being realistic, you know. Let's be honest. It's not realistic to do this. And I mean, that's what I think. I don't know if you guys agree or not, but that is what it is. So, but as far as you guys, Exo Charles, Coke, Benny, Cavos, Sonic, I do appreciate you guys coming out. Thank you so much. I will see you guys next week on the next stream. If you guys have any suggestions of what you guys would like to see, I'm always open to it. You guys know how to reach me. You guys can always leave a comment, or if you guys are friends with me on Reddit or on Instagram, you guys can always message me there. And I'm guessing that's it, man. I don't have much else. But yeah, I hope you guys have a good evening. It's we're almost at like, we're over 4 hours. So yeah, that's all my time. Hope you guys have a good night, and I'll see you guys on the next one. This is Camp Hustle 1 out.